Your hygiene, because impression is key.
Yeah.
Remember, you're serving coffee. Coffee is so simple. If you, I don't know if you have some coffee cups here. I will show this. You can find a very small cup, and you have to do a pour over there.
Yeah.
So if you're dirty, you have to, you have to be so hygienic.
Yeah.
Where you work from, the way you present yourself,
Yeah.
are you attractive? You yourself, you're the first marketeer of your coffee.
Yeah.
Because people may come to the station and they maybe they have never taken coffee. Does that mean you will never sell your coffee? No. But if you present yourself well, you tell some people you look nice, you dress well, you smell well, like, well, they can even give you audience. You talk, but you not convince somebody when you're stinking, when you're ramshackled.
True.
Hygiene matters. Your personal hygiene, the sanitation at your station, it really matters. A lot. And there is no excuse for that.
So to the people that have nominated me and those compliments that have come through, I'll be honest with you, it's extremely humbling. Edwin, was it Edwin?
Edwin in Germany, yes.
The one who mentioned that he has
a boy in a refractory problem.
We've had another one. And right now I also have another one. There are many cases for me. So what
been to universities where we're doing this?
Yeah, I think for me, and that's what I tell my colleagues. I'm like, this is not what I intended to achieve, but this is a bonus that people come in, and then we touch points or areas that nobody paid attention to.
Yeah.
One of my friends, brilliant young man, brilliant, like super brilliant. He joined refractory. And the family came to us and said, "What are you doing, guys?" For the first time, this man is attending without coercion. Wow. For the first time, the level of focus is at a different level. Yeah. Like, okay. I was on a class, I teach, facilitate some of the classes. Yeah. And this gentleman walks out to me and, reaches out to me online and says, "Michael, I want you to be my mentor." And the man opens up and tells me things. And he says, "You just don't know these 2 days what they have meant to me." And I'm like, "What?"
In just 2 days.
2 days. Yeah. He said, "Stay focused." But the fact that he's still on the program means a lot. So for me, that's the fuel that I need to keep moving. I've told people that even if the grant runs out and we don't have money, if we have enough money to pay facilitators, that program will continue running. And so my appeal to people out there is that to keep running these programs the way we are running. Many of the talent that we have don't have the resources to pay for the value of the program. I mean, we see quite amazing talent. If I was to build this program, the market value, a similar program in Kenya goes for $1,500. We're charging about $1 million.
For a term?
For the 3 months.
3 months, yes.
The 6
Which is
months.
equivalent to a term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 6 months
Or
we
a
don't
semester
charge.
in university, yes.
6 months we don't charge.
Yeah.
We actually pay because they're now investing their time to do work.
Yeah.
For me to run this program requires resources because not many can afford $1,500.
That's true.
Equivalent.
Yeah.
Similar program in the UK goes for £5,000.
It's the most expensive program because it's the skilling.
It's a skilling program.
Yeah.
And to hire somebody from that program, you pay the institution because they have saved you a certain value. You get it?
Yes.
So, but because we are where we are,
Yeah.
we keep knocking at different opportunities
Yeah.
and trying to see, can we find more money? Can we find more money? And for me, that sometimes is a bit frustrating because you then don't focus on the things that are critical.
Yeah.
You are all the time, will I be able to pay salaries next year?
Yeah.
Will I keep the team?
Yeah.
But I hope we overcome this. And so thank you very much for nominating me.
Hygiene, because impression is key.
Yeah.
Remember, you're serving coffee. Coffee is so simple. If you see, I don't know if you have some coffee cups here. I will show this. You can find a very small cup and you have to do a pour over there.
Yeah.
So if you're dirty, you have to, you have to be so hygienic.
Yeah.
Where you work from, the way you present yourself, are you attractive? You yourself, you're the first marketeer of your coffee. Yeah. Because people may come to the station and they maybe they have never taken coffee. Does that mean you will never sell your coffee? No. But if you present yourself well, you tell some people you look nice, you dress well, you smell well, like, well, they can even give you audience. You talk to them about the coffee and the advantages. Convince them, but you not convince somebody when you're stinking, you're looking shabby, you know. Nobody can allow you brew their coffee when you're ramshackled. Hygiene matters. Your personal hygiene, the sanitation at your station, it really matters. A lot. And there is no excuse for that.
Like I said, I'm still learning. I don't think I'm ready to be a CEO yet.
Yes.
Well, so for me, I could say bringing the perspective of someone who has gone through the challenges.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've been on the side of someone that needs to get their documents.
Yeah.
And I've also been on the verification end.
Yeah.
So I really understand the pain points from a personal perspective. And I think for me, that's what drives me.
Yeah.
Because I know that challenge.
Yeah.
I've been there.
Yeah.
And that basically drives me to push, drives me to better explain, what the product does. Because sometimes, even when you get into spaces, people just think, oh, you've just got this product, you don't understand what it does, you don't really understand the challenges. But as someone who understands the challenges, I'm able to better explain what the product brings on the table from a personal perspective. So I think that's been a success. And the fact that we have managed to get partners here is a huge, huge success. Okay. It's a huge success. When something is new, it's very difficult for people to hop onto it. Yeah. And if people get onto it, sometimes it's usually for the wrong reasons. Yes. But when you actually find people that that believe in it, that want to work with you to keep improving it, that want to work with you to keep having that feedback to improve the product, it is a big, big plus. It's a big, big plus because you could build a product, put so much time and money into it, and it's not used by anyone.
Wow. Which we have seen before.
It's a reality.
Yeah.
But the fact that, our product is out there and it is changing lives, because for us, that's the end goal. Yeah. Yes, money is important in business, but we also want to change lives. Yeah. We also want to meet challenges, and that is also our end goal. And seeing our product out there and doing what it's supposed to do is my oh my. Wow. It's a success.
Wow.
What can the men do, to promote women's sports or basketball for that matter?
Yes, so today morning, someone told me, he made research, actually my brother, that these days the NBA actually facilitates the WNBA games to see that they're also somewhere. How about the NBL men starts doing something, not totally like investing in and all that, but it can be with the support system. It can be one very good thing, seeing that creating more opportunities for these ladies, putting up different games so as women can be seen or showing that these guys also care. It can start with support, and then with time they can also recommend whoever facilitates them to partially have his thoughts somewhere on the women's team, so that they can all go about together in solidarity. I think that can work. I don't think it's something big. It can start with support and then financially with time.
This one is called manual brewing. This is gravity. manual brewing.
Yeah.
It's part of specialty.
Oh.
So we've been talking about specialty. Specialty came and introduced to us manual brewing, 2 methods of brewing. That's the main difference between specialty and commercial.
Yeah.
In specialty cafes, you'll find people, baristas doing manual brewing.
Okay.
In commercial, they'll be doing only machine, espresso machine.
Okay.
That's another method. And this is another method. So we
Okay.
do this one manually. What's the main point of manual brewing? And what is our expectations?
Yeah.
Why do we make manual brewing? What's the difference between this and the normal coffee?
Yeah.
First of all, it's not about making strong coffee, making whatever. No, we can make manual brewed coffee, a very nice one.
Yeah.
What we are looking for is optimum balance.
Okay.
Shouldn't be bitter,
Oh.
shouldn't be too acidic, should be balanced.
Okay.
So someone should drink coffee and enjoy it, only that.
Let's pull up the camera.
The Bite of Benin in Kampala, what is it about? What are you serving? Why the Bite of Benin? Tell us more about this restaurant.
Okay. First of all, the name Bite of Benin, we were deliberate about the name, right? It's a play on the word to bite, but there's actually a body of water called the Bite of Benin, which is situated within the greater Gulf of Guinea on the coast of West Africa. So it's either called the
That's
Bite.
the only time I learned the only thing
You
I
see?
respect from my history. These other things I don't respect. Because now you're talking about, yes, yeah.
So it's either the Bite or the Bay of Benin, but we named it Bite of Benin, and it's always a great conversation starter, right? So our intention is to offer food across the 16 West African countries, right? We have foods that are common to us. We have the jollof rice, we'll talk about that. We have the different sauces. So what you'll find is maybe slight differences in the technique or some of the ingredients used.
Okay.
Yes.
And that's what the Bite of Benin is all about.
Yes.
Why did you decide to put this restaurant in Kampala, not anywhere else?
First, we're based here in Uganda, but more importantly, we wanted to set up a place where you would come in and explore West African food. So the Bite of Benin is not just about food. Our plan actually is to have it as a center where you will have the arts, so music, spoken word, poetry, artists, painters, sort of like a gallery also, showcasing what we have in West Africa. That is the overall plan for the Bite of Benin. So it's not just about food, but actually bringing West Africa to Uganda, to East Africa. Yeah.
Okay.
coffee industry is very wide, it's very big, it's very full of opportunities. Don't sit there and say, I have nothing to do. You can join the industry. You can get whatever you want. If you give it time, invest in it. By giving it time, don't look for money, don't look for big salary at first. First learn. After learning, you'll get how much amount you need. Yeah. In coffee industry, there's no like, barista should get this amount of money. No, it depends on your knowledge. Yeah. What you know is what you get. You cannot be like having junior experience and asking for experienced one. No. You can join now. Good thing, everything is simple. Yeah. It's easy. Don't sit there and say, oh no, I'm scared to join this. No, it's very simple. You can make. Yeah, it's very simple. It's not so difficult. Simple, very simple, very enjoyable. You can do everything when you're enjoying. You can do your coffee. You can serve your customers. Coffee create friendship. Yeah. Coffee gives you a job. Even if you are not working in a cafe, maybe you can go in different field, but still in coffee industry. Yeah. Yes.
Let's pull up the camera.
My first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people, but our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee. How we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can like at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket, or to save on the account.
It's another good day to have coffee. Welcome to House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. This is the Coffee Break Show. Remember, you can catch us live. The show is live right now on our YouTube channel at House of Talent Uganda live stream, or you can head down to our Twitter handle, that is at HTV Talent Uganda. That is on Facebook. Make sure to share the show far and wide. Send us your comments. If you have questions, if you have any remarks, let us know. On today's show, the Messiah is back. And I'm not talking about the second coming of Jesus. I'm talking about the coming back of the Coffee Messiah, the original guy on the show. He's back with us here today. And for those who are wondering who the Messiah is, none other than Mr. Amon Rukisa.
Hey, man.
Welcome back to the show.
Thank you, man.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, but we've been in touch.
Yeah, we've been in touch.
Yeah.
I think you are out, getting converts and, getting more disciples to come to your side.
It's a good thing that we've gotten many.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can be seen on the show here. We have very many faces that have come up, very many new people that are in coffee. It's a good thing.
Yeah.
Good thing that at least now the visibility of coffee and people are getting to know coffee, So it's a good thing that we've seen very many new faces come through.
Yeah.
And it's very, very massive when you look out there. People are joining the coffee industry.
Yeah.
Like someone tells you, okay, I watched this show, I heard about this, I read about this in coffee, and I decided to come and study coffee.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
So we're doing a good job.
Yeah, we're doing a good job. Well done, the Coffee Break.
Well, apart from that, what have you been up to? I've seen on your social media, you're still doing your GNN. For those of you who don't know, Amon has his page, Gather Now Network on YouTube. You should head over there. Some very good content. You should actually follow him and let another person know. Support Amon. He has good stuff. Just go ahead and check it out. I also saw some of your posts, some coffee stuff. I think you're running some trainings and all this. What have you been up to basically?
Well, it's been a roller coaster because, as Uganda went on, yes, we haven't fully opened up, but people have started moving.
Yeah.
So back to our businesses, like the coffee shops, different businesses of coffee, people are starting to crowd it.
Yeah.
The queue is so much. So we tend to get together as different parties in the coffee industry, so that we can bring back the egg game in the coffee industry, because how you sit down and relax because, okay, you've not been busy, people you've been receiving 10 a day, 20 a day, but now people have started coming back. It means you have to be prepared for Jan come 2022 when the guy said it's going to open up. So we've been in preparations. We've been in preparations to open up. So doing trainings, doing coffee awarenesses, putting everything in touch, it's supposed to be here, let it be here.
Yeah.
Give it a direction, the right direction where it's supposed to be, we give it that direction. So that's what we've been up to. But besides that, normal stuff, chilling, work, something like that.
Well, it's good that you guys have really been running all these programs, and that is what we want to focus, our show on today. But before we get there, we're still getting to know. You've been doing awareness. The economy is getting back to the place where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to open up January, hopefully, but with this new variant coming in, you also really can't be sure, if the economy will really open. So with the people coming back, in the event that we don't open in January, okay, and maybe we go through another lockdown, okay, are there some strategies that you guys have come up with to make sure that, you don't go back into a pitfall like it was before?
Man, it's going to be hard not to open up. It's really, really going to be. A country sitting or being locked for 2 years, what it means to the economy. So that's why even the president of Uganda, when he was addressing a couple of weeks ago, he said, come what may, we're opening up in Jan. But in an event where something goes wrong and we don't open up, before, how companies have coped up. Through the use of food companies, through the use of the internet, to distribute their products, besides the beverages, but the products. Coffee has different products, as you know. But companies have adopted to that. I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and I told him, there are various guys who are not going to let spaces come next year. They won't rent. Because they will realize, okay, I've been paying over 10 million a month for this space, but I've been making over maybe 15 million or 20 million.
Yeah.
And now you're telling me to rent a space whereby in a lockdown, at least I've achieved my 11 million. Okay, so they will weigh the two options and they're like, okay, why not? So it's going to be hard to see people grumble for spaces, grumble for what. So they will adopt to this internet because they have really mastered how it's being done. Yeah. Actually, when you asked me at the beginning what we've been up to, like, we've been trying to see what new options can we have to market our different products of coffee. How can we use the internet very well? Because you can never understand the internet like fully. Even those who are like leads on the internet, they still go back and research, you know. So we've also been trying to do different researches, you know, getting curious about how best can we do this, how best can we market our coffee products, how best can we reach different audiences in the coffee industry. That's why, okay, a company I work with is Enduro Coffee. That's why you're seeing, besides the lockdown, Enduro Coffee is opening up various branches. You find yourself in Kapchora, there is a branch. In Buama, there is a branch. Around town, there are like over 3 branches that have opened up, and more are coming. So that's the kind of work that we've been like trying to do. So if we don't open up, it will be easy for us, because at least now we are next to our customers. You know, if you're around, maybe let me say Naria, if I have a branch around maybe Chiwatle, I can easily walk over there. Okay, my bike, you know. So instead of like coming from Cementi, going to Naria, that distance, even the coffee will get cold, or whatever product I'm transferring will get cold or bad, because coffee is a perishable good, you know that. So it's easy for us like to connect. The distance is not long. That's one way. But also, like I said, the use of the internet. The use of the internet. So we need to adopt to that, because people have realized that the internet can do more good than harm.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
I was seeing in town, and just even here, just outside the studio, the juicer guys have decided to make, you know, mobile shops for coffee. Okay, so does Endiro have any plans of the same, or you guys are just sticking to, you know, permanent structures?
Yes. Okay, now the spokesperson of Endiro right here. Yes, Endiro, you know, Endiro's vision is ensure vulnerability globally through coffee and other related products by partnering with others. So Endiro Coffee, it doesn't have those stores or those juicers or those small bikes, no. But for it, what it did was, okay, how can we get through the community deep down by not going there as a bicycle or with a car or with a van, but we need to be in the community with them, physically with them, live with them, give them jobs, you know. So besides the Enduro Coffee Limited company, what they decided to do was, okay, I think I used the wrong word over there. What we decided to do, what we decided to do was, let's go to the community, and we started up the project called the Enduro Community Project. So this Enduro Community Project is all about like going down to the people, giving them jobs, but they have stalls in these communities. You'll find a stall in Kamocha, you find a stall in downtown Chisenyi, you'll find a stall in like those small communities. This is because not everyone can afford a cup of coffee at 10K or 12K. But this cup of coffee by Enduro Coffee Community Project, you find a cup of coffee at 1,500, but a good cup of coffee, not like the one they will take at 10K. So this is one of reaching out compared to, okay, I'm not trying to diminish this whole van projects. They are good because they improve or they increase coffee consumption in Uganda. But for us, we decided to do it that way because coffee is people. Instead of coming and go away, okay, I'm going to come and park here today, and you find me here with my van with an espresso machine doing coffee, and then tomorrow you find me in Chireka. No, first we're like, let's stay here, we live in people, given the fact that coffee is people.
Interesting. It's actually good to see that we're using coffee to, reach some people in the community. Do you have any examples or any stories of, certain lives that have been changed? I know that you're always up and down in Kapchora, here and there. So I know that you must have met some people or heard of some stories where people's lives were changed because of the work you guys are doing. If you could just share that with us.
I do trainings of different baristas that we get into. I don't do like outside trainings, but I do trainings of in-house. So when I'm called certain times to go and train or orient these people, the smile I see on their faces, the reactions I see when I'm interacting with them is so touching. Because they realize that, okay, we've been knowing coffee, but we didn't know that coffee is as good as this when we've added value on it. There is a lady called Mariam. She's in these NGO community projects. Mariam, she lives in. She left Mubende here to Kampala, but she didn't have a job. Okay, she got. You know how you can leave the village and you come to town. Like you stay with your auntie or uncle, and you're expecting your uncle or aunt to get you a job, and things don't work out. Kampala refuses, So Mariam stays there, not until she heard about this project. And because there was a team that runs it. So she registers for this project. And Enduro Community calls her. So when she reaches, they tell her what she's going to do and everything. They give her the orientation. Of course, now that's me giving her the orientation. She's like, Amon, did you know that we grow coffee at home, but I didn't know all these things? So you see how coffee is changing the life of this person. She's getting to realize, okay, I would have utilized this opportunity way back, but I didn't know about it. So the ignorance in around people at least is going to shift a little bit so that they can get awareness about coffee. And that's how it's going to change the lives of people. Because now, just imagine someone is having a stall of coffee, a courtesy of Enduro Community, and now is making maybe 10 cups of coffee, literally, like averagely. Okay, the boda guy, maybe a certain Musa over there has come. Oh, Mariam, because it's now to be their usual, So you're giving this person a culture of taking coffee. You're changing his life. So that's the impact of coffee through this lady called Mariam.
Interesting story. Would love to see more of those stories actually happening. And I know they are there, just that, sometimes we're really not exposed to them. But I believe that coffee is actually changing lives.
People are being changed by coffee, especially the fact that now Uganda, what it's doing is a very, very good thing. Like, at least has made sure that coffee products are enriched within the people. How much they don't know them so much, but if someone is passing somewhere, they see a coffee, maybe flyer, maybe a coffee shop somewhere, maybe a coffee message somewhere on TV. Okay, they'll be like, you see, what would they? But at least they have seen it. Then next time when they see it, they react to it. That's a good thing.
It's not like back in the times when we had only Kawa coffee. That's the only
coffee
thing we Now we know a bit more about coffee. Well, if you've just tuned into the show, this is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. The Messiah is back. He's here with us in the studio. He has been out getting converts, and you've seen some of the converts on the show. We've been having really very good discussions, and today we're going to discuss some more stuff with Amon in the studio. But we'll take a break right now, but remember we are live on our Facebook, our YouTube, and our Twitter. Make sure to tune in. If there's someone who needs to be watching the show, just let them know we're on. We're going to take a break right now. Don't go anywhere. Grab a cup of coffee. We'll be right back after this.
I think most female feel like being a barista is more of a male job, or being a farmer is a male thing, or being a quality controller. Yet they don't know that there are other perfect people that we are looking at. So we want to bring this gender equality into the coffee business. I would thank this the International Women Coffee Alliance. It has really done a very good job to encourage women into the coffee business. When you look at coffee farmers or coffee processors, most of them are women.
Yeah.
When you look at the quality controllers, they say that women are the best coffee testers. Why? Because they're very subjected to spices when they're cooking.
Yeah.
They get a lot of flowers from us. So they test a lot of things, ice cream, yogurt, sweets, what. So they are good cup testers.
Yeah.
Yes.
So most of them should actually, take opportunity.
Yeah. I would actually encourage all the female to participate in the coffee business, whether owning a coffee shop, whether analyzing coffee, barista, farming. Yeah. We really need them.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, we are live on our Twitter at HTV1, that's House of Talent Uganda, on our Facebook at House of Talent Uganda, and on our YouTube at House of Talent Uganda. Live stream, make sure to catch the show. And if you can't catch it right now, you can always catch it later. There will be a replay. But in the house with me today is Amon Mukisa, aka the Coffee Messiah, back from going out there and just spreading the coffee gospel. He's been doing really great things out there with different programs with Endiro, training different baristas. It's always amazing to meet a barista and, you tell him, I know this guy called Amon, and he starts saying, but I know Amon is the one who taught me ABCD.
Yeah, it's a nice feeling, eh?
Yeah, it's always a nice feeling.
Yeah.
Today's topic, the last show we had Katawazi Gerald inside here, and
it was a nice show.
Yeah, you watched the show. So we're talking about how Uganda is actually the second highest when it comes to coffee production, after Ethiopia in Africa. Okay, and I think the goal of UCDA is to either match Ethiopia or even be greater than that. But we came to the realization that from the past, okay, if we go back to SST in primary school, there was something that we called cash crops. Okay, so we had coffee and then we had cotton. Okay, so basically what the missionaries or the white people did back in the day, they gave us this thought of when you grow coffee, you want to make money out of coffee. And I think the same thing has stuck till today. If you go, like the example you gave us with that lady that is working with, the Endiro community program, she says they grow coffee at home, but she had no idea that coffee could actually do all these things. Okay, because in their minds, when you grow the coffee, sell the berries, your work is done. They don't realize that we can actually also consume the same coffee. Okay, so our topic for today is how the different stakeholders, okay, have to play their part in this coffee industry to make it better. And perhaps we'll start with the farmers themselves, because that is where everything starts. Okay, we have a situation whereby a farmer has never taken coffee in his life, but he has acres of coffee. Okay, so how can these farmers, okay, play their part in the coffee industry of Uganda to make it get better, to help us become #1 in Africa, but also to make sure that coffee itself in Uganda is really put above, other things like tea and all this stuff?
Well, Emma, to be honest to you, gone are the days when we had farmers who are illiterate growing different crops, growing coffee, growing cotton. These days we have literate farmers who have gone to school, who have graduated in farming practices, agriculture, Last time Ibra was here saying that he studied biochemistry, by something like that, but she's also related to crops or farming. So these days we have literate farmers. So it makes me wonder, why don't we have good practicing methods, farming methods, deep down in our farms that cannot bring us to a point whereby we're going to reach a certain time and we are falling into a ditch? Okay, if it was like maybe farmers are illiterate these days, they would say, okay, we need trainings for these farmers. But when you look at the farmers these days, they're illiterate. So I would say farmers need to be trained. Yes, not all are trained. But why don't we utilize these people who have gone to school, who have graduated in this industry to do these things, at least to train these farmers. But also, UCDA, the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, yes, it has tried its level best to at least ensure that farmers know what they do. At least they have done that by at least knowing each farmer in Uganda. Okay, you cannot know each and specific farmer, but like an association that runs them. That's why I've recently called up, like, if you want to start growing coffee in Uganda, you have to register. So this is like a plan, or this is like a strategy to plan for these farmers. Okay, if we have 5,000 farmers in a village, how are you going to plan for them? How are you going to have them grow the best coffee in the village, so that when it's exported or brought to a national level, it competes, you know? So instead of like having a farmer grow coffee anywhere, they harvest it. Okay, that's the Chiboko coffee. They harvest it and then dry it and then sell it off. And you realize that the coffee exports, like in Europe, over 80% of their coffee is exported. Where does it come from? Africa, and maybe more other countries. But those other countries, maybe like Brazil, you find that if they're producing maybe 50 million bags of coffee a year, you find that maybe 50% of their coffee is consumed by the natives. So maybe they're exporting 50%. But for us, we're exporting 80 or 85%. And without added value on that coffee. So these are the things that farmers need to know. Okay, when I'm growing coffee, how can I improve its quality? How can I add a value on it? How can I get the best quality in these coffee cherries that I'm going to harvest? How can I space the coffee tree from the other, not to be affected? For example, I was watching the news yesterday. It's so bad. In Uganda, there is a pest, a crop pest that has attacked coffee trees. It starts from the root. So there's no way how you can see it on top that, okay, kana kamuli over this flower is being affected by this pest. But for it, it starts from the root. So you just see the plant dying. So it's so bad that it's happening. But if farmers know how to deal with this, at least maybe if I know that my coffee plant is maybe 8 meters or 12 meters away from the other coffee plant, if this pest attacks this coffee plant, the other one, at least it will take long when I realize it early now. So instead of like putting here a coffee tree and then you put the coffee tree next to each other. So such things, farmers need to know them so that when they're doing this, and it's
two questions before we move on to the next category. One, do you think it would be a good idea for us to put a cap on how much coffee we actually export? Because if we're exporting 80% and we're consuming 20%, okay, wouldn't it be a wise thing to say, okay, you know what, 50% goes out, 50% stays here, so we force people here to actually consume the coffee, you know? What are your thoughts about that?
You see, one thing I love about being a barista is I was on station. Sometimes I get back on station and work, you know, because it's a good thing to interact, have that skill going. So this lady works with Uber, the other side, in Europe, London. So she comes at my station, she asks for an espresso. She asks me, how much is it? I tell her it's 6K. She's like, what? Your coffee is too expensive here. And yet you sell coffee, you grow coffee here. And I asked her, how much would this amount cost a cup of coffee in London? She told me, 6K here. The way you sell your coffee here, in London, 6K can buy 3 cups of coffee. Then I realized that's why in London, or UK, or US, in those countries, even this person we see that Avila Street lives on a street can be able to buy a cup of coffee compared to us in Uganda. So to answer your question, I think it's a point of UCDA or policymakers, which is the government, coming up with various ways on how to reduce the expensive what are we going to use, like the commodity that you're selling on market. How are you going to value it so that you as a government can benefit, so that you can run the country also, but me as a person who's also buying it I benefit.
Yeah.
Like not buying it so much compared to other countries.
Yeah.
So policymakers have to do this for us, not us, people who are taking coffee. Because when I jam not taking coffee, the government won't benefit.
Yeah.
Because I pay tax on that cup of coffee. I also benefit by maybe getting the healthy part of it and maybe, you know, enjoying coffee.
Yeah.
But to help us arrive to this point of like having coffee be reduced in terms of pricing, it's the government that has to do that.
Yeah.
Me as a person, I don't have authority. I even don't have a minute authority on that.
Yeah, you see, we're discussing with Katawazi last week, and like today we're discussing, you know, what are the roles of different people, and each stakeholder has their part, and each stakeholder should have their voice. Okay, so we came across topics like, do we even have a barista association or a barista forum? Do we have a farmers forum that has a voice? You know, so it's like the coffee industry has so many detachments.
Yeah, Emma, you see, thing is, these things are there. There's a farmers association. There are baristas associations.
Yeah.
But the arm that's taking the, I'm not trying to criticize the UCDA here, but the arm that's taking the coffee industry in Uganda is paying so much attention to less important things compared to things that are more important. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Of recent, there was a Dubai Expo. So whereby you go there and you exhibit your things as a country. Rwanda took that whole virtual thing of tourism. Uganda, you know what we took, part of it. But my point is, when we take people out there to expose or to exhibit our coffee, you know the people we took? The people on top were on station, like exhibiting our coffee. Why don't you get a Uganda barista champion who's there right now? Michael, for example, to go and be on this station. Before you be on this planning level, why don't you take the baristas? Why don't you take the farmers to at least get in touch with these people out there? Because when this person is talking to this farmer, they will feel that, you know, their intuition, like they will feel like they will be connected with them. Okay, you're the person who grows this coffee. How is it like? You're the person who brews this cup of coffee. What challenges do you go through? How can we help? But if you're this person who plans for the coffee industry on top, why would you come back on station? And yet you have various capable people who can do that. So your point of like having different associations and different roles played by different people in different categories of coffee, it's good. But the people responsible to align them is not doing that job.
Okay, perhaps before we go for a break, you know, you touched on something important there. You say that at the expo, okay, they took people from up there, okay, which means that there are people down, you know, on this spectrum that are really not being taken care of. And the role of UCDA and all these other coffee or agricultural associations is to basically see that even the last man, even the person who produces the least amount of coffee, okay, has to be heard, has to be given a voice, okay? So why do we find ourselves in a situation whereby it's only the big people? Is it that the government, okay, is not doing its part in regulating UCDA, or UCDA itself, okay, is not doing its part in trying to control what happens down here?
I would say it's UCDA itself, because in most cases the government will come up to put into action what the UCDA requests to do. Not the government coming to UCDA and like, okay, UCDA, what can we do for you? Why don't UCDA go to the government and say like, you know, government, we have this plan A and B, we need to execute it like this. Please help us, give us funds, give us this and this and this, so that we can execute it. So it's not the government, it's the authority or the department. Because the government put up this department to help this person, to help the coffee industry go back to, you know, when we had the coffee hype back in the 1990s, it was a good thing, everyone was feeling good. But since then, we've never had a coffee hype the way we had it in 1990s.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when the government came up and put up the UCDA authority, or the UCDA arm, it was like, okay, let's use this arm, or let's use this department to at least keep our coffee on top globally. Because Uganda, as you all know it has the best coffee in the world. Just because maybe we don't have the right strategies, the right marketing strategies, the right production strategies to make sure that we've exposed our coffee as the best in the world. So USDA has to do that. Not the government, not me, not the farmer, because the UCDA has to put impact on the farmer, they put impact on the barista who's brewing coffee, they put impact on the person who's buying coffee to sell it. That's how it's going to help us.
Well, if you're just tuning into the show, this is the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Amon is giving us his views on why Ugandan coffee is actually not getting to where it's supposed to be, and we'll be getting into solutions. How do we get there, with all these issues that we are facing? We're going to take a break right now, but remember, you can always send us your comments. Be a part of the show. Be a part of the change that is supposed to happen in the coffee industry. We can't change it alone. We have to work with you out there. You're a barista, you're a farmer, you're a roaster. You're just a consumer. You just go, to the coffee shop to take coffee. You have a voice. Let us know down in the comment section. We'll probably be reading that, after this break. But let's get into a break right now. This is the Coffee Break Show, House of Talent Television. Grab yourself a cup of coffee. We'll be right back after this.
My first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere. And where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee. How we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket or to save on the account.
Welcome back to the show. We're having a very great discussion with Amon Mukisa about, you know, the situation that is facing Ugandan coffee. You know, why has it stagnated and how can we get it to the place where it's supposed to be? He was giving an example of the Dubai Expo where we really didn't do that good, but also I believe that, you know, it's a point of learning.
Yeah,
you know, we always have to learn from all these things that happen. Just that, you know, it doesn't have to be repetitive, because if we have an opportunity like that and, you know, we repeat the same thing, then we say, we're totally not learning. We had a barista who came to the show some time back, and he was saying, he also bags his own coffee, and he was saying that when you go to the supermarkets and you give them your coffee, okay, package it really well, and, you know, you make sure that it's really appealing to the eye, okay. They'll get that coffee and put it in the last stalls or down somewhere there and hide it. And the coffee that is put up is basically coffee from outside, okay? And you also have processed coffee, you have stuff like Nescafe that is there, and basically coffee from other countries, okay? So why is it that our coffee is shelved away, you know, down there, and by the time people buy it, it's actually stale? So people have a very bad experience, okay? And they think, Ugandan coffee doesn't taste good, but because they bought a stale one, okay? How do we get those people's coffee to come up to the top of the shelves and, you know, push the others, not way down, but, you know, put ours up there? You know, what part do those people play? The coffee, the supermarket guys, you know, the suppliers and all this?
You see, Emma, I've never really been a fan of buying coffee from the supermarket or even supporting coffee to be sold in supermarkets.
Yeah.
You know why?
Why?
Coffee is a perishable good. You never find those guys in the supermarkets giving attention to coffee just like the way they give attention to maybe apples, maybe flowers. Never. You know, sometime back, you know Maurice, do you know Maurice Kia? He's also a business guy besides being a musician, and he's in coffee. So he was asking me about that whole idea of taking his sound cup coffee into supermarkets. I'm like, Maurice, you've been in this industry for quite a while.
Yeah.
When you go to buy coffee in the supermarket, what's your experience? Compared to buying coffee, maybe from a coffee shop or a coffee brand that you know you're buying that coffee from. So that when something goes wrong, you can trace it. Okay, that whole part of it is a specialty in the other side of coffee. But in this type of business, when something goes wrong, it's like buying a product from Cafe Java's. Maybe you've bought a cake, and then you find some part of it is not well prepared, but you're just outside. You have a right to go back to Cafe Java's and say, guys, look, see what happened. But now you've bought a product of Cafe Java's in a supermarket, and you found the same challenge. Where will you go? When you go to the supermarket, guys, and you're like, you know what, guys? Look at your cake.
It will be a long process.
Yeah, it will be a long process. And that's time consuming. But the thing is, I would suggest that having coffee in supermarkets, okay, it's not a bad idea because it's helping us expose or improve coffee awareness. Because people, as they're going around the store, they will see coffee. Okay, kanukachi, it's a coffee bag. What's inside? Let me buy it, maybe. But in terms of quality, no. I give it a 0 over there. Because when you have coffee in a supermarket, you're not monitoring it. You don't know how those guys are handling coffee. They even maybe don't know anything about coffee, you know? Compared to having a coffee product or a coffee bag in a certain coffee premise or a coffee shop or a coffee company, and they know that, okay, you know what? This is our coffee. We roasted it on Monday, which means by Monday next week, it has to be done. Those are the methods that such companies have to use. Compared to taking your coffee in a supermarket, and it's going to be put down in a shelf, and I come, maybe I'm buying Anodi's coffee, you know? It's like, okay, I know this coffee is good. I've tested it. I've had good reviews on it. Let me go and try it. On reaching home, trying it. So it's not a good thing to have coffee in the supermarkets. If it's possible for you to have your coffee sold in your premises, please do that. That's one thing actually I would advise people to do. Like if you're a coffee producing company, the fact that you have funds of roasting coffee, packaging it, branding it, basically you've gone through other chains of coffee, like for it to be as a final product. Why don't you get a space? Why don't you get an online platform? Because that's what we're adopting these days. Have a cameraman. Have nice shots taken. Have a website. Okay, that's expensive, but you can start with Instagram, you can start with Facebook, you can start with Twitter. Have good visuals. Put the price tag. Put the contacts where they can call you. Market it well. See whether you not sell that coffee and people like your product. Compared to taking it in a supermarket, and it's going to take 3 months without buying that cup of coffee. And when they buy it, they will say, "I know this coffee is bad." Yet in actual sense, your coffee is good. So just utilize those spaces. Utilize the information that you get here on the coffee break, at least to make better decisions when you're dealing with coffee.
Interesting. Amon, you're a barista and you've been doing this for a while. You're also a trainer. And one of the issues we've had, actually, some guys have talked about it on the show, is that most baristas have, I like to say, half knowledge. Okay, they only know their part as far as it comes to the station. I can make a cappuccino, I can make a latte, I can make an espresso, I can talk to, have a good relationship with my customers and my boss. And that is mostly where their knowledge stops. Okay, that brings into question, okay, what are we doing in these coffee schools? Because for someone to totally understand what coffee is, all right, they have to get a complete understanding. And to understand what coffee is in Uganda, you have to understand coffee from the past, okay, what has been happening, what are the different developments, what are the different organizations doing, okay, what kind of research. We had a guy called Owen who was on the show, said that he was doing a lot of research in coffee, okay, but you find that baristas actually don't know this information, okay. So you as a barista, okay, what can we do to make sure that baristas don't have only on-station knowledge, but have a wholesome kind of knowledge when it comes to coffee, especially in Uganda?
Let me ask you a question. Just a brief one. Did you, when you went to school, to a journalism school, did they tell you how to interact with me, to say the exact words you're saying to me right now?
No, they didn't tell us the exact words, but there's a structure.
Okay. So my point is, in coffee schools, they're going to give you basics. They're going to show you how something is done. Then it's your initiative to go down the road of research, curiosity, and get to know these things. Because the 3 months or the 2 months you're at that coffee school, you're not going to exhaust everything. Never. Never. You just have to be so much self-oriented that you're going to make research, read about things, ask questions, and learn. That's how you're going to know this information. Because in coffee schools, like you said, they teach them how to be, okay, like you said that baristas know how to make a cappuccino, just interact with maybe a certain dealer has come on station, they interact with him, and that's all. And then they go back home. But they have forgotten that they have to read about, okay, why am I using this cup of coffee? Or 250 mils of cup of coffee, or 180 mils of cup of coffee. Why is it that I have to hold coffee a certain way? Why is it that when a customer comes to me, I have to leave what I'm doing somehow and I first give them attention? Then we can go back to it if at all, they want to stay for longer as we interact. Such things. So when you rely on online information that you got from schools, mu Luganda bagamba nkusasidde. So that's it. You just have to make more research on your own so that you get to learn more things. Then compare and contrast them. How do you do that? Ask questions for people who taught you or people who are above you. Because even me, there's a certain lady called Millie. I tend to ask her, she's a coffee genius. She's a lady. I tend to ask her a lot of questions. I bug her with questions. And sometimes she's like, but Amon, I can't believe you didn't know this. But there's the fact I didn't. I just wanted to know.
Yeah.
So she just assumes that I knew, but I didn't know.
Yeah.
So that's one way. You just don't have to assume that you know everything. No. You don't know everything.
Yeah.
You just have to ask. For example, if you went to a certain school, the teacher or the tutor who taught you has a lot of information. But the way of disseminating this information to your small head of yours, because it's a lot of information, they can't put it into your head at one day or in 2 days or 3 months. No. So as you work on stations or in the company or you're in, get time, visit this guy. Say, okay, you know what, Diallo, I learned about this. How is it like? How best can I do it? They say here that you have to put maybe 70 mils to get this amount of coffee as a result or yield. Is it true? Then this guy can give you his perception. Then you can go back and read. Then if you find something that backs his perception, take that. That's how you get to increase on the information. As a barista.
Someone said that, you know, there is what we call YouTube University.
As a way, that YouTube University is only used by the people who understand it. Because when you go to your YouTube University, there's a lot of information there. I can wake up one day, I go on YouTube, I bring my camera here, I look into that camera, I start saying whatever I want. I don't care whether it's true or false. So that's why I'm like, only wise ones who go to YouTube University.
Well, if you've just tuned into the show, we're talking to Amon about, you know, the different part that the different stakeholders play when it comes to this coffee game, the coffee value chain. We've talked about the baristas, we've also talked about the farmers, we've talked about the supermarkets, which tend to push our coffee down in the shelves, and by the time we have an experience with it, it's really not that good. We have talked about how to promote, how to market the coffee using our different social media websites. If you can start your own website, that's a really good thing, to be a good plus for you. But if you're looking for ideas, you're looking for, you know, different perspectives on what to do with your business, if you want to get into the coffee business, this is the best show for you. We're coming towards the end of the show, but before we get there, just a couple of more things. We've talked about the baristas, okay? I think one of the areas we really never touch about are the CEOs, okay? These people who open up the coffee shops. Some actually.
I remember we touched about them.
Yeah, we touched about that. And knowing that now they have been in a hard spot. They haven't been making money. But now you get the good news that, you know what, we're opening in January. Okay? And your mind starts running to, I need to make money from my coffee shop. Okay? It's good that some of these guys are actually baristas or roasters, but some are just businessmen. Okay? For them, they know, I'm going to put a coffee shop, I'm going to make money. Okay? So what part do they play? Because if I'm just concerned about making money, I won't really care about, you know, what happens in the shop. I'll leave it to the head barista. I don't really care what happens, you know, with the farmer. All I know is that my coffee needs to get here at a certain time. Okay? So what's the part that the CEOs play, especially those who know nothing about coffee?
Well, the part that CEOs play is the same part. When you literally bring it down, it's the same part that UCDA has to play, generally in the coffee industry. So CEOs have to be able to provide what the specialists are saying. For example, if you have a company of coffee, or coffee, you're in a coffee business, do you have a structure of advisors? People who advise you on how best you're supposed to do things. For you, yes, you're there to make final decisions, giving money and make money. But do you have people who know what you want and can be able to put it into action? That's the one thing. So if you don't have that, it's going to be really, really hard for you next year. Because you find yourself, you're struggling to make ends meet, but you're not. That's why, by the way, you saw various coffee shops that opened up 2019, closed 2021. 2021 they're closing. Because they didn't have structures. And those that had structures are still studying. Take an example. Enduro Coffee. It has structures. It's Cafe Pub. It has structures. It's still standing. Cafe Javas. Okay, some people say it's not a cafe, it's a restaurant. Yes, but it has structures. It is still standing. Okay? New cafe, it has structures, it's still standing. All those coffee shops or coffee businesses that existed created structures that helped them in states like these ones. So for CEOs, what I have to advise you is, one, please get structures that will help you in sometimes that difficult decisions have to be taken, because you won't make a certain decision without consulting this person who's in the farms, down in the farms with farmers. How is coffee that side? Because now I was getting certain information that coffee in Elgon region is becoming scarce these days. Yeah. And I quite believe or suspect that in the coming years, like 2 or 3 years, coffee is going to be more expensive. Because now, the fact that now it's becoming scarce, you know, Elgon region is one of the areas that give us most of the coffee. Then Rwenzori, then Central. So that's Western or Rwenzori. So when we have different people in different departments who are seniors, specialists, they know what to do. For you just here, a CEO, of course, for a certain company, you're seated somewhere in your office. You're just waiting for a certain DLO to come, Emma to come with different ideas and different suggestions, and then in your wise mind, you see, okay, this is a good suggestion, I can go with this. That's how you're going to survive. But otherwise, instead of you coming to maybe a coffee shop and you see paper all over your coffee shop, you're like, okay, business is booming, business is booming. But at the end of it all, after 3 months of opening up or 5 months, people will be nowhere. Maybe because coffee is bad, maybe because the surface is bad, maybe because the infrastructure is bad. So all such things have to be put into consideration. Yeah.
Well, our time is fast spent. I know that we can talk, you know, we can talk, you know, forever about coffee. But thank you for coming onto the show. And just before we leave, okay, what are your next plans when you get out of here? I know it's a weekend, you know. Are you going back to the coffee shop? No. Probably you have a date we don't know about. See you looking all fresh, you know.
No, I'm just going to have a GNN shoot because I have someone to host. 2 p.m. So I'll be hosting him, shoot an interview with him. Then that I'll go and watch a football match. Man United.
A Man U supporter.
I'm a Man U supporter. Now these days we have the best coach around.
Well, we'll end that show right here.
But it's good that I'm back on the show. I've been missing these conversations. I know we've been trying to get in touch and have this conversation, but it's good that we've had it, and it's good.
Well, I'd like to say welcome back.
Thank you.
It's good to have you back. For those of you who have been thinking of where the Messiah is, well, he's back, and it's a good thing that he has come back to the show. Maybe next weekend he'll be the one, you know, hosting the show with whoever we'll be having in the studio. But thank you for giving us your time. Thank you for staying with us on the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. I know you must have heard Amon saying the statement, a certain Diallo. Well, that certain Diallo is the one who makes us look good on the cameras. He's the one who does everything in the studio. And we'd like to say thank you to him. Thank you to Isma, who's there also on the switcher, you know, making sure that, you know, he shows you one side and the other side also. And basically, they're the guys who make things work here. And to the whole crew, basically, we just want to say thank you to you guys. Remember, you can always comment. We are live on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Twitter, HTV1. Make sure to comment, like, let us know if you have any questions. But until next time, have a great day. Grab a cup of Ugandan coffee. Not other coffee, Ugandan coffee. We'll see you next time.
my first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people. But our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you. They are starting up cafes, but there's that gap. There's that gap of supply. There's that gap of supply. Big companies are exporting, but we can also be the big company. We sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee, how we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can like have at the end in the pocket, or to save on the account.
Welcome to the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela, and my guest this morning on the CEO Bench is a businessman, is an entrepreneur, is a philanthropist, and a social activist. He speaks a lot about youth empowerment across Africa and across the continent. And he's been a man around Africa in the oil and gas industry. He's done it all. And he's here with us this morning, or this afternoon, or this evening on the CEO Bench, depending on where you're coming from and which part of the world you're actually watching this program from. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to present to you Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe. Emperor, welcome to the program.
Thank you, Eddie. It's nice to be here with you. It's quite a very pleasant day, and I'm ready for you.
All right, if you're joining us from anywhere in the world, I'd like to bring a very small profile of Emperor Chris to you. Emperor Chris is, like I said, is an entrepreneur and, of course, a philanthropist, a social activist. He is from a state in Nigeria known as Iwusu Awa.
Enugu State.
Enugu State.
So I'm from Enugu State. That's the southeastern part of Nigeria.
Okay, let's talk about that. Now that you've talked about it, who
unknown, but known. Like the introduction goes with, and I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a social activist, and I'm a mentor of youths. I've been around. I'm a business guy. I take interest in anything that will make the world safe and better place. I'm a family man with 4 kids, and I'm from a family of 8. I'm the 3rd. So Chris Baywood has been around, like you captured in your intro. Yeah. I've been around Africa, from Western Africa, where I come from, because I'm from the ECOWAS region of the Sub-Saharan Africa. I've been around East Africa. I've been around the SADC region, that is Southern Africa. I think why is missing is Central Africa. So, yeah. And I'll tell you, because I take a lot of interest in Africa, because I'm a Pan-African. Yeah. I love Africa. I breathe Africa. I talk Africa.
Wow.
Yes. So this is why most of my business interest is trying to, tap the opportunities and the potentials that are in Africa, because I believe that's one of Africa, like I always tell people, is the remaining frontier. So I don't know what I'm going to look for in Europe or what I'm going to look for in North America that they cannot find in Africa. Wow. So this is who Emperor Chris Baywood is.
Well, if you're joining us from anywhere across the world, that's Emperor Chris Baywood Ibe talking to us on the CEO bench. He is the CEO and the president of the Baywood Group. And the Baywood Group has offices all across Africa and Europe. And we're going to know, and in South America, I think, we're going to know. North America. And we're going to know a lot more about that on the CEO bench. But we want to start the discussion, Emperor Chris Baywood, from a point of leadership. A lot of people are doing great stuff across Africa, and sometimes those who are doing great stuff across Africa is not known to us. Sometimes we don't know the talent we have, but we have been looking at your profile, and I want to start from a more personal note of knowing you from what is leadership to you and what is self-leadership to you?
Well, it depends on where you're coming from. Leadership, are you talking about political? Are you talking about human leadership or human capital? But generally, leadership is being this man that sets the directives, or rather sets the process in motion, a thought out process, and you follow this process, and you walk your talk, because it's not about, the leadership is not just, okay, this is how we're going to do it, and perhaps you set the process in place, but you're doing contrary. So leadership, they say, starts with you. And so if you want to talk about business leadership, how to go about the business, it has to be seen on the way you conduct your own business. And don't forget that they always say that the greatest asset you have in every organization is human beings. So leadership starts with you and how you interact with the people around you, even in your home. Yeah. The truth is, if you're not able to lead your home very well, you can't lead anything else.
Wow.
Yeah, I think if you have a broken home, let's put it this way. If you're not able to manage your home very well and put your home in a good pedestal where everybody seems to be aligned with you, I would doubt it very much if you have a good set of mind to lead any other organization, be it in business, be it in social arrangement, be it in what they call, CSO world. So CSO world means the social community social organization. So so for me, leadership starts with you, and this is what I have set the example for myself. And whatever I do, I have to do it right. I know the principles that guides it. I know the policies. You have to have the right policy framework, and this policy framework has to be seen to be working according to the way you have said it. Yeah. And he said everybody along that line, that trajectory, and they follow suit. and then make sure you lead by example. Because one of the challenges we have in Africa that a lot of people don't lead by example. You say one thing and do another. So this is exactly for me leadership. Leadership is that quality you have to lead others, and others will look at you and emulate you and follow you through and through because they believe in you. So first of all, you have to buy the confidence of the people. All right? And this is what I'm saying. If in your home, you can't get the confidence of your children, for example, daddy comes home every time by 4 a.m. and then daddy messes around in the house, maybe he smokes and everywhere is littered, or daddy drinks and is just so reckless with everything. You don't expect your child tomorrow. You tell your child, hey, listen, you must not come back anything later than 7 p.m. He can only say, yes, daddy, I hear you. But do you think he's going to abide by that? Because you're already setting leading by example. Yeah. He sees you come home at 4 a.m. Or anytime he asks for daddy, daddy's not at home. So leadership starts with you. And if you set that example, others will follow you.
Wow. Thank you very much, Emperor Chris Baywood. Let's talk about your self-leadership. How did you pick yourself? Where did you come from? You know, take us back from growing up and getting to where you are today and who you are today. Some people out there may not know who you are today. They just think that you're just a man with a good, deep voice, sound like some movie star. It's like Barry White. His sound is, many people will mistake you to be Barry White. Many people will take you to be, Morgan Freeman. Where is Emperor Chris? And the name Emperor?
Well, like I always tell people, I'm a man with different shades of colors. Positive, right? But you can have different shades of colors, but negative. So I think I meet positive vibes, because I've read quite a lot of books that teaches on positive energy and law of attraction. What is law of attraction? You have to love yourself first.
Yeah.
If you can't love yourself, you can never attract same positive aura. Yeah. So I learned that over time by reading quite a lot of books. And one of such books I read is, I tell everybody to read that book. Either you read it or you watch it. It's Secret by Rhonda Byrons. It's quite captivating and it's quite insightful. It's motivational, it's inspirational. It's one of such books that when you read them, you see you start to especially when you read them and put them in practice, right? Because one thing is to read a book or read books and try to see, provided you are on the right path. You can read certain things and you have certain information that might send negative vibes. So for me, I always look at the positive vibes for everything. So a man of different shades of colors, I say, is I come as I think so, because in certain quarters, when you see me, you will imagine that you will just begin to ask yourself, this is not the same person. Yeah. But if you see me in my office where I'm working, and you look at my face, no, my face turns you up because I'm serious in my business, okay? When it's that moment, I face it. And when it's time to have fun and just drop my guard, I drop my guard and then come down from my high horse so I can relate with the people at this level. Because if you don't do that, you'll be alone. You'll be left alone, all right? Yeah. One of the biggest challenges we have, rich people have, or the wealthy people have, is loneliness. Yeah. And why? When you can't come down from your high horse, right? Yeah. To relate with the people at the level. I grew up as a young man, like I said earlier, from a family of 8. I'm number 3. I would say from a mid-average family. My father was a farmer of an issue before he got into construction. He was a miner, a coal miner. He worked in the coal corporation, because in my state, before oil was discovered in Nigeria, the main exchange earner, foreign exchange earner for Nigeria was coal, granite, cocoa, and all those other agro products. And of course, a whole lot of things was happening around coal. And so we have the coal belt in my zone. So my father worked in coal corporation. Okay, he understands what it means to be a hard worker. Yeah. He understands principles of discipline, because if you work in such an environment, anything can happen. The next minute you are alive, the next minute you can die because of the accidents or the inherent challenges in the coal mining. Yeah. So he comes across a very disciplined guy. So we grew up being very disciplined children, and that has instilled quite a lot of things growing up. Although growing up as a young man, being the first male child, and you know the story of male child in Africa, so I was so treasured. The first were ladies, you know, and by the time I was born and male child, it was like, wow, this is the best thing that could ever happen to the family. So I received so much attention from my parents, and to the point that I almost lost it as a man, but thankfully there was a turnaround.
How did your father decide to be tough on you? You were so loved. From what I hear from the literature I've seen about you, you seem to have been a man who has very interesting background. I mean, one would describe as a man who is up, not up, in the middle, is somewhere. What does that mean to you? What was a turning point?
Turning point for me, I mean, so many things have happened in my life that. But my father set the tone, you know. He toughened me, I would say, and that such moment can never be forgotten. My father let me walk through, almost like you can liken it to what you see in the Bible, like in Psalm 23. He said, "Though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I shall fear no evil." Yeah. Okay. My father made me to walk through the shadow of death as a young boy, you know. I don't know whether he did it deliberately. I don't know whether he knew what he was doing.
You walked through the shadow of death.
Yeah, I walked through the shadow of death, you know, as a young boy, because he let me go through a part that, I mean, when my mother got to know what happened to me, my mother was in awe and shock. She couldn't believe it. I had gone through an admission process in secondary school. So first I got admission with the Federal Government College Benin, you know, where that was my first admission. Federal Government College Benin, which is in another state. It's in the current day Edo State, but then it was Midwestern State. So I had admission to go to school that. My father took me, or rather, I mean, and you know what? The interesting thing about the Federal Government College Benin was exclusive of the rich and the bourgeois. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The rich and the bourgeois.
In the sense of wealth and
both wealth, both position, political,
power,
political affiliations and inclinations and stuff like that. But my father was not near any one of those. My family at the time, anyway. But you know what?
So how did you get?
A smart guy is a smart guy. You know, I've been a smart dude from. I've been endowed with a lot of natural intelligence. Don't forget. You know, I think so. Yeah. I've been endowed with a lot of natural intelligence because it comes from my dad. I called my dad when my dad passed on, and I was writing his what do you call it? His autobiography, eulogies. I said, he's the greatest philosopher I have seen, because he was full of wisdom and idioms and proverbs. He will never talk to you without proverbs or idioms, you know, and stuff like that. And he will start with a lot of stories, and you think he's not going anywhere, and then he lands. And I ask him, Dad, well, why are you going through all this? He said, for you to understand where I'm coming from. So he wasn't quite educated, but I mean, I can tell you the little he had is a very. I wonder what would have happened if my dad had gone through formal education to go to university and stuff like that. Anyway, so that were naturally imbued with it. I can tell you, both my mom and my dad are quite excellent human beings. And I will always wish to have same parents anytime, even in my next world. Anyway, that said, so I had this admission into Federal Government College, you know, and it went wild. It went like a wildfire in the community. The son of so got admission in the Federal Government College, you know, and it was like...
It was a big deal.
It was a big deal. Oh, yeah. It was a big deal in the 70s, man. I said it was exclusive of the big people.
Yeah.
You know. So my uncle then in Lagos came to Enugu. He heard the news and he couldn't hold his joy. He came down to Enugu and took me to Benin again for the next level of admission process. And that next level is written and oral interview, you know. So we did that. And listen, when we arrived in Benin, it was like my contemporary, well, I would say my other colleagues, those coming for the interviews, were driving in different kinds of cars. In those days, it was Citroen, it was Peugeot, it was Mercedes, and it was Ford and other stuff. But we came on a commercial vehicle. Wouldn't that be a dampener to you? Yeah. Wouldn't that make you lose your self-esteem when you walk in from a car park, you know, what we call a motor park, and you know, people are driving in with
big engine style,
and then you walk in.
Yeah.
But you know what? You believe in yourself. That's one thing I keep telling people. Believe in yourself first. I had this awesome confidence, and I believe in myself. Yeah. I walked in, had the exam, written, and the oral, because written and oral will form the cumulative result to gain you admission into the federal college. So at the last point, I just asked the guy I was right behind to spell tomorrow. Tomorrow.
The word tomorrow.
The word tomorrow, and that's why I treasure tomorrow so much. You know why? Tomorrow is pregnant.
Wow.
You don't know what's going to deliver. Yeah. So you got to look forward for tomorrow. Yeah. And I tell people, it's like what I tell people, the day of reckoning. There's always a day of reckoning in your life. Yeah. That day of reckoning, it will come one day. That day, you will not know. So it's like tomorrow. It's certain that tomorrow will come, right? But you don't know what tomorrow will bring. So this guy couldn't spell tomorrow. And I'm good with English.
And this boy coming from Enugu State,
and this young boy, not so much around him, you know, had it all done, and so that plus my written exam gave me admission. But for the love my parents had for me, I got that admission, but my father wouldn't let me to stay.
Why?
Distance. It takes a drive. Then I think it will take you a drive of about 4, 5, 6 hours to get there in those days, right? Yeah. So the distance was for him. No, I mean I must be close to my son. Don't forget it.
Wow.
First born.
First
male born, right? Treasure Island, Treasure Island.
To the throne.
Exactly. Heir to the throne, right? Yeah, exactly. So they decided that, okay, I had admission, but you're not going to go. I did a few months there. My father pulled me back and said, you got to come back home because I have to be close to Bingo. I landed another one in my state, where finally I attended Colliery Comprehensive Secondary School. Yeah. It's in a community called Ngwo, N-G-W-O, Ngwo. Right?
Yeah.
The school then was run by, that's why it's called Colliery. Colliery is formed from the coal corporation of these white men, you know, these British people who came to Nigeria to explore coal.
Yeah.
So the school was like exclusive, exclusive, right?
Yeah.
So, well, it was good I got that admission to that school. And it was one of the premier schools there in Enugu State. Then, East Central State. Wow. There was no Enugu State. East Central State. Yeah. Right. Okay? Of course, my father drove me to do some clearance. We went to do the clearance.
To the school.
To the school.
Yeah.
I went to school. And of course, my father was working elsewhere, not in my state. He was working in another place.
Yeah.
So a drive-through. We went to the school, did the clearance and everything, bingo. And he said, okay, I will go with him, so he'll drop me off somewhere.
Hold it right there, Emperor. We're going to go for a break. And when we come back from this break, Emperor will continue with his with his story of self-leadership, how the transformation happened, how, he became a man from a 12-year-old man to becoming a man, the turning point of the young man, the heir to the throne. The man was heavily protected. Stay right there. The CEO Bench will be right back after this break. Welcome back from that break. This is the CEO Bench. My name is Eddie Okela. I'm talking to my elder brother from another mother and father in Nigeria, right here in Kampala, the capital city of Uganda. And for all of you guys who are following this from all across the world, please go like, share, far and wide. Make sure you get your cousins, your brothers and your sisters, your grandma as part of the CEO Bench to hear this story. It's a story worth listening to. Emperor Baywood, welcome back to the program. Thank you. Before we went for a break, you were talking about that moment where you had to flip because the love from your parents were too much and they couldn't risk leaving you 4 or 5 hours of a drive in another school, and they brought you back, and there you've gone and visited the school. And we want to know how this boy who was heavily loved by his parents, how a baby who was pampered. Most times in Africa, when a baby is over-pampered or anywhere in the world, they don't turn out quite well. But you turn out to be quite different. And the story continues from the school. Pick it up from there, Emperor.
I don't know. Anyway, so done with the school. I drove with my dad in his car. And he dropped me off somewhere I have never been to. That's why I said it's like I walked through the valley of shadow of death.
So you're like David.
That is the right phrase. Yeah. I walked through the valley of shadow of death. And my father just said, okay, guy, I'll stop here and I'm driving to my place. I'm going, so I'll leave you here. You see this road? This road takes you to Isuawa. Because my mother was in the village.
Yeah.
And who are you? Not these days when our kids will look in your face and question you.
Yeah.
Say, Dad, why should I do that, for example? Who are you to challenge your father?
You will receive a smack.
Oh, my God. He wasn't even there. And my father was just such a strong man. I wouldn't call him a terror. He wasn't a terror, but he dared not. He dared not. He dared not.
Yeah.
Anyway, he just said,
will tell you what
correct,
the situation will be.
He said, just walk through this path. Bush path. My guy. I walked through that path. And the story, some stories were told in the folk tales,
Yeah.
Tales by moonlight,
Yeah.
So folk tales, when we're growing up, we will have a lot of folk tales. They will be telling stories of how such areas are infested with spirits, evil spirits.
Yes.
People, when you die, like you commit something in the village and you die like that, they will just go and dump you there. They won't bury you. And so it's a evil, kind of an evil forest, an evil. So now I just remembered this could be this way. My God, I was struck with fear. But do I have a choice? What choice do I have, really? And my father drove off. Don't you understand?
So you have to trek this forest and actually get home.
I will have to walk through that path
and get home.
To get home.
Yeah.
That was the toughest moment in my life.
How old were you?
Maybe about 12 or 10, 12. That was the toughest moment in my life. A young boy, treasured boy, pampered boy. And this man left me
The one
here.
they would never allow sit down alone.
Exactly. I walked through this path. Walking through this forest was so calm, but for every little move, I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
The
the moment has come.
This moment has come.
Yeah.
They're going to devour me now.
Yeah.
And I would just freeze.
Yeah.
I would just freeze and start tiptoeing like they shouldn't hear my footpath. The height of the moment was when I saw a man walking opposite direction.
Yeah.
Eddie was like,
wow.
Okay, now I'm going to become mincemeat. This man is going to make me a mincemeat. I wouldn't know whether it's a man or evil spirit or a ghost walking around.
Or just a normal human being.
Don't forget, or just a normal human being. Because don't forget that this area was described as a place where they just dump people who die some unnatural death. Oh God, I said, okay, I'm going to be devoured today. And I was like, I started panting. I was panting until we crossed each other and I greeted, "Good morning, sir." He said, "Good morning." He didn't say anything. He just walked across. And I'm like, is this true? So when I walked a little bit, I turned back and he was still walking. He didn't disappear because to me, he would disappear.
Yeah.
You know, the ghost.
Yes.
The ghost would disappear.
And he didn't respond to you when you say good morning?
Just, good morning. Yeah. But that was like, so the moment I walked past him, I had to run. It took me, I would say it's a walk of about 2 hours.
Yeah.
So you know the distance.
Wow.
It's a walk of 2 hours until I got home. My dear brother, that was a turning point of making this guy who was like a lily gel to be, to start becoming a man. Yeah. And when I got home and I told my mother this story, my mother passed out and said it was murderous for my dad to have done that kind of, to have taken that kind of decision. But anyway.
And I know that in Nigeria that can be such a very, we watch in Nigerian movies and how they can express some of that moment.
Oh yeah, it was a moment my mother couldn't just, I said she passed out in awe and shock how my father could do that. I have never been anywhere on my own.
That was the first time.
And only for me to be left alone to do that work. Yeah. So, what's the book written by Nelson Mandela? He said it's Long Walk to Freedom.
The Long Walk to Freedom, yes. The
long Walk to Freedom.
So you felt that was the Long Walk to Freedom for you?
Yeah. Long Walk to Freedom for me then.
Yeah.
I think I did it before Nelson Mandela.
This is a CEO Bench. We're talking to Emperor Baywood. He believes that he's a young man, in an old body or an aged mind. Yes. So, Emperor Baywood, what a stunning story there of from child to manhood, so to speak. That's how you rediscovered yourself. That's how your father had to make sure. There was wisdom there, though. I want to take you straight, Emperor, to some really very interesting question about, life. And a lot of us see people like you, and sometimes we're wondering whether we really understand you or not. You are now, been through that school, done that, and after that school, where did you end up?
Well, after school, I had to move to Kaduna because my brother, although not the same mother, is my first cousin. But because of how we relate in the family, we have nothing like cousins. Yeah. It's brother, right? My brother, who has been in oil business, he's been in oil and gas. So they built Kaduna Refinery. Yeah. He was one of the major proponents of Kaduna Refinery with a group from Japan called Chiyoda. So, done with the school, of course, that's another kettle of fish. That school is another school that is a school that really prepared me for the challenge ahead.
How did it prepare you for the challenge?
Oh yeah, that school was like almost a congregation of retired, or I won't say retired, defeated soldiers of the Biafran War. We had this fratricidal war in Nigeria, Biafran Nigerian war that was between 1960 to 1966 or thereabout. So the war ended. Thereafter, then there came normalcy in Nigeria. So I didn't see the war. I was a very young boy. You know, I was born during those periods. You know, so I went to school, and getting to that school, the war had ended, and all those who left army after Nigeria had defeated Biafra, and a lot of our guys who were in the army then found themselves in that college. Dear brother.
Yeah. And that problem now.
That was another working to develop share of that. Those Biafran soldiers.
Yes.
Some of them were having shelling shock. You know what shelling shock?
Yeah.
Because of bombardment of mortars and stuff and shellings. You know what? They're already having issues with their hearing. They already had hearing issues. Right?
Yeah.
And they were military in the college. Soldiers in the college. And here comes this young boy at the school, amongst others. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yes, I think I went to a military school. Literally saying that the school was more like a military school.
Yeah.
So you were drilled, you were punished, you were living a regimented lifestyle. You had people or masters that you serve, and God bless your soul, if
you don't serve them well,
if you don't do well,
the
punishment, the drill, a lot of us couldn't stand it. So for people like us who went through that school and stood up to them and passed through, I think it was a turning point, actually.
Yeah.
I tell you, it was one hell of school that toughened a lot of us. Smoking Indian hemp was just like drinking water. And this is when I know that I'll be a good boy, because I did it once, but I was walking in the air.
All the time.
No. When I tested it, when they make you to smoke Indian hemp, right?
Yes.
So one time I did it, I was just floating. I was like somebody in the Mars.
Yeah.
You know, if you see the astronauts, how they float.
Yes.
This is where I saw myself floating.
Yeah.
And that told me that this is not a thing you can continue. That's one thing that I learned out of that. I had to cut. I couldn't proceed. Anyway, that school toughened me, and it prepared us for the launch pad.
Yeah.
It was a launch pad for us, actually.
Yeah.
Those of us who went to the school.
Yeah.
A good number of us became useless. A good number of us, people didn't know they would turn out to be good people.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty happy that a good number of us are doing pretty well. And one of us today is the country director, head of UN in Rwanda, and many others. We have a lot of them in Army generals.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm happy that my father took that decision. If I'd gone to the other school that is meant for the bourgeois, children of bourgeois, perhaps I may not have turned out the way I turned out to be today. Wow. And again, hindsight, I thank God that my father took that decision.
Wow. Talking of that, Emperor, let's look at, out of that college, how did you end up in the oil and gas sector? Which university, how did you launch yourself into that? You could have gone back and, continue with the mining like your father was doing. Most times parents raise children to go back to what they're doing, but you turn out different. Can you just share that, your journey into becoming an entrepreneur and later on as an, philanthropist?
Yeah, so I left school and then I had to go to Kaduna to meet my brother, and then of course to apply for my US visa. Because I was heading to the US. Down the line, it wasn't coming pretty easy, so I had to set up. Because in school, we were involved in a lot of things. We did artisanal work, we did music, we did dancing, we did arts, we did construction. It's more like a technical college.
Yeah.
So we had all manner of things. So I learned a lot in that school. It's a technical college, so you had the opportunity to go to workshops.
Yeah.
That's again what I'm talking about, skill acquisition, right?
Yeah.
And once you acquire the first skill and passion, you never leave it. It becomes part of you. So I acquired a whole lot of skill while I was in school. So while waiting for this whole thing, I decided to set up something like a studio, a music studio. So I set up a music studio while waiting for my visa, and I became a DJ. Of course, in those days, we're doing LPs. You know, LPs long play. Yeah? Okay. So not this day that you can just do MP3, download music, you know, and online music and stream, blah blah. It's LP, man. It's gramophone. You just put it there and it's playing with a kind of makeshift what do you call it, loudspeakers built locally. You know, so. And then I would go and be blasting my music, you know, entertaining people. So I've been so I was a DJ, man. So it's a passion that has not left me because music is part of me. If I'm not doing anything, I'm listening to music today. So I did that for 1 year. And I tell you one interesting thing that happened. During that time, my brother, like I said, my brother is being an oil mogul amongst many others again from my community. So we always envy them, how they make money, how they spend money, the things they do. So when I was giving money to go for my visa, some guys approached me. I don't know how they knew that I got money. Oh God, that's another thing again. Some guys approached me. These guys, they call them money doublers. Do you know that? I don't know if you have anything like that.
Yeah, the money doublers. Yes. We'll double your money. Good. We call them here money gamblers.
From nowhere, these guys appeared to me and said, listen, don't worry. If you give us that money, we'll make you get richer than your brother. You don't know what your brother is doing. You think he's doing oil and gas? No, this things you do, man, people making him rich. So you become richer than your brother. Wow, I said, really? Good at 10. I decided to use my money for the visa to go and double. So I can become richer than my brother. I was already planning how to buy a Mercedes. I'm going to teach my brother how to make money. Because my brother was already driving Mercedes at that time. Can't you believe? I was already, okay, I'm going to teach my brother today how to make money. Right? He thinks he's rich. I'm going to tell him. So I gave them the money. I think about 1,000 of our naira at that time. Oh, the guys were so excited. I didn't see my money. My money was gone.
To this day.
And so on this day, this guy took me to a place and said, just sit here. We're going to prepare your market for you. They call it market. We're going to prepare your market for you. Then I'm going to give you this money. But don't forget, at the first time, they gave me some little notes to go and change. Go and try this money so you'll be sure that the money we're giving you is real, it's not fake. I went to the market to buy a few things, and of course, it was good money, supposedly. It was good money, supposedly. So I went with these guys at the last count to go and collect my market, as it's called. My brother. The last I heard was somebody screaming and shouting that police has arrested him, bringing the market. Everybody should run away, that the police is coming to arrest everybody. The guys scampered, and then I scampered one side, and that was how they discharged me.
Wow.
I lost my money.
And did you go back to your father to ask?
I went to I was devastated. I didn't know what to tell my brother. I didn't know what to say. So information got to my brother somehow, and my brother called my dad. My dad came. A man of wisdom. He said to me, my friend, the only one word he said, you are stupid. Somebody said, give me 1 naira. Let me give you 2 naira. Don't you think? You should have told the person, why not make yourself rich? Why make me rich before you? Why don't you double the money and make the money yourself?
The life of a philanthropist, the life of an entrepreneur, the life of the man who is now the CEO of the Baywood Group that we now know in Nigeria. What a story. Emperor, proceed.
So...
Your father says you're stupid.
My father said, you're stupid. My friend, you're stupid. He didn't smack me. He didn't beat me. He didn't scold me as much. But my friend, you're stupid. You want to double money, right?
Yeah.
So the person loves you more than himself. Should have doubled the money and make the money himself. It's stuck here. And that's what I go to everywhere, man. When you're making a business proposal to me, I'm looking at you. Till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Till tomorrow. It's like my sixth sense. I will always remember that word. You're stupid. So anyway, so he became a guide, and he set the tone for who I am in business. Then I went to school eventually to Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia is, of course, Soviet Union and all this Republic of Russia.
Of all the places, you went to the US and you ended up in Yugoslavia.
I didn't go to the US eventually. I ended up in Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
Of course, before I worked a little bit with my uncle again, who had one of the biggest construction industries in my state. So I assisted his the quantity surveyor, who was then in charge of his company, you know, in charge of cost estimation, cost valuation, and cost evaluations. You know, so I gathered a bit of experience working with them as an intern, because that's one thing again you have to intern. I believe in intern a lot, because if you do intern, that will stimulate your appetite and your skill and interest in everything. So doing that job as an intern, you know, sharpened my appetite and the skill to want to study it. So I eventually went to Yugoslavia to do to study quantity surveyor. I was there until the war broke out, you know. Anyway, so we lost it. I came back to Nigeria in 1987. Okay. And that's the beginning of Baywood Group.
Wow. Let's talk about Baywood Group after this break. We're going to take another break, and when we come back, Emperor Baywood is going to be telling us about the Baywood Group. What really happened? How did it start? You've really gotten some part of the story of it is not easy to make it in life, and he's made it. So the question is, are you ready? The CEO Bench brings you people who shares their story of where they have come from, where they are going. If they're on the top and they're coming down, what lessons do we pick from there? If they're down and going up, what lessons should we pick from them? What are the lessons that we can pick from there and we can use for ourselves? Stay right there. I'll be right back after this break. This is the CEO Bench.
Final games coming to an end. We're waiting for the playoffs, and from nothing at the beginning of the year to a lot of basketball towards the end of the year. Today, with me to discuss is the coach of Livingstone Basketball Club, based in Makerere University, Mr. Eric Matovu. Very welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Eti.
Yeah, it's very good to have you here.
Oh, it's a pleasure.
I know that coaches have a very busy schedule, standing in the sun from morning.
I know.
And all these things, but thank you for coming through.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Mr. Eti.
Every time we call coaches, I know that sometimes you have busy schedules, but just taking off time to come and discuss the game of basketball and the development of the game in Uganda is a very good thing. Going through your profile, I know that before, you ended up with the Livingstone Basketball Club.
Yeah, true.
You were coaching the Lioness, that's the girls.
Yeah.
You also coached Watoto.
Yes,
I also know that you have a basketball academy that you're working with. So your life is basically filled with basketball. So you wake up, eat, sleep,
we live and breathe basketball.
So outside basketball, right? Is there any other job you do, or it's 100%?
I think it is 100% basketball. I'm a teacher.
Okay.
I'm a teacher at British School of Kampala, and I'm a PE teacher.
Yeah.
So apart from that, also another job that I do is, it's a full-time job. I'm a married man. So I call it a full-time job. I'm so proud of it. So I think basically that is it.
So growing up, did you ever think, you know what, this is what I want to do in my life? Because I know that our parents tell us, you know, you have to be a doctor, you have to be a lawyer, and then you ended up somewhere being a basketball coach, which in Uganda is not seen as a very serious thing. You know, so what was it like for you growing up? What did you think you'd actually become?
I dreamt of being a pilot, and that's why I did MEG at A level. Ended up doing a lot of accounts. I'm an accountant, but you see, this world will push you to ends that you won't even think of. Absolutely. So I chose my passion, and I'm pursuing it passionately. So we live and breathe basketball, and it's what we're doing. That is what is bringing bread on the table. To me, I'm enjoying it. It is so nice. It is so nice.
That's interesting. So talking about your basketball journey, you've coached a couple of teams, especially in the lower divisions. What was your experience like? What was your first experience coaching? I remember my first experience was they just threw me out there in the deep end and said, that's the team you're coaching. And I had very little knowledge about basketball. At that time, I was just more of a player, not a coach. But I had to learn really quick, you know, how to become a coach and a player at the same time, you know. So how was it for you? How did you end up? Where was that start of your coaching career?
Oh, I started with matching the shooters, and to be honest with you, I built them from scratch, and up to first division. We worked with Roger Seronyugo, and we brought it up. But to be honest, it was a roller coaster. It is a whole lot of learning. You know, when you start to coach. And I believe basically that it is you, the coach, who learns more, even the players that you're coaching, more than the players that you're coaching. So it really humbled me, and it made me become a man. You know, I usually tell my players that, you know what, if you want to be the greatest player out there, you've got to behave like a servant. If you don't have humility with you, and you don't have the discipline to push you, you cannot go any far. Those are the things that will push you. I tell them, I usually use one phrase, that you see all these accolades, the degrees, the profiles that you have in life, you know, they will take you somewhere. But can they sustain you there? I don't think so. So it is your character at the end of the day that is going to sustain you in that place. I always tell them, you know what, if I call for a training session and I tell you being at 3 or 4, why don't you be there earlier, 15 minutes to time or 30 minutes to time, and the coach finds you when you are good to go. You are ready. You put in some work already. That shows that you know what you want in life. So it is a very, very learning experience, Mr. Eti. It humbles you, and it makes you become a leader in life.
Interesting. So it's always exciting to know the journey of a coach, where they started from and where they are now. And every coach has their own philosophy. You know, some maybe you copied from someone else, but what has been your coaching philosophy throughout this time that has carried you basically to this much success? Because different coaches have different philosophies. So what is that philosophy for you as a coach?
Me as a coach, my philosophy is literally, you know, a mixture of very many. I'll look at very many coaches. I'll look at very many coaches from the university. I'll look at the Mountains. I'll look at very many coaches abroad. I'll look at Phil Jackson. I'll look at this one. I'll look at this one. Then I'll come up with my own. I won't say that I have a definite philosophy, because I mean different players react differently to different philosophies. You may carry a philosophy, but it won't work for certain players. So you have to adjust as a coach. You have to know who your players are. What are they able to pull up and do? You won't say, I'm so rigid that this is me. My philosophy is I only play a transitional game. A transitional game, and that is what I'm going to do. So you find players who cannot run. So what are you going to do? But they are very good on the ball, but they can't run, they're not athletic. So won't your philosophy change? So I'm a combination of very many different philosophies from different coaches, and I usually execute my philosophy according to the players that I have in that structure or in that program at a particular time.
So speaking of coaching, the coaching fraternity in Uganda has always had a lot of pressure on them. we've had FIBA instructors coming in to take coaches through certain clinics here and there, but it's never really more than a month. Okay, and I believe that you can't really learn everything about, you know, coaching basketball within a month. Okay, and in some instances, people say that our coaches are not that good, we're not that experienced. Take an example of the Silverbacks. We had to go outside Uganda to get 2 coaches to come and help with the national team. Okay, so what's your comment on coach development? Okay, we'll talk about player development later, but coach development in Uganda, where are we lacking, and what do we need to do to make better coaches actually in the country, so that we can grow this game of basketball?
I think we are somewhere right now. I think we have very many coaches that are really experienced. I'll be honest with you, and I believe we do even have coaches that have reached the level 3 of FIBA, not per se on level 1 or level 2. They have a lot of experience, but it's just because of the structures that have been in place. The structures have not were not on our side to be there and exposed and get these certifications and all the things. But I can assure you, Mr. Eti, that we have very many coaches that are really doing a very tremendous job out there. Very many coaches. When you look at the time they're putting in, the resources that are available on the table for them to execute whatever they're doing, I think we are somewhere. I'm just curious if we had the same resources like people abroad, I think would be far. People are so passionate about this game. People love this game. They literally do basketball a lot. So at the end of the day, there isn't so much difference between them and us right now. Honestly, I don't believe even that we should be jumping so much on players from abroad and all that. The players here can do the job. They can do the job. It's just because maybe we're getting a little bit ambitious and all that. But what I know is with time, even our players, homegrown players, we're going to be having them on the national team and they'll be representing like 90%. 90%. So we have very many good players. Very many players are coming through. And it's a good job that they're doing.
So during the time of the Silverbacks, when they were playing the tournaments in Rwanda at the AfroBasket, there was a group of people that believed that we should actually have only homegrown talent on the Silverbacks team. And yet others were of the view that it's okay to bring players from outside. Okay, some of them, if they're actually Ugandan, some who are naturalized. Okay, so which camp were you in?
I would say I'm Ugandan a little bit, even myself, but the dynamics change, Mr. Eti. When you look at the players that are coming in, who are playing from abroad, the Ishmael, the Opongos, the Wad, I think they added a lot of value to our team. Let's be honest. But it doesn't mean that we won't get there, even homegrown talent. You're there. But you look at the confidence, the way they were playing and all that, they added a lot of value on our team. So we can't take it for granted. We still needed them. Yeah, we do. It was a very good addition to have them.
Yes, backtrack a bit, still talking about coaches. You do realize that in Uganda right now, if I'm to say, there are about 3 female coaches and only 1 in the NBL. Coach Mavita. So do we have a situation whereby there is, we're not encouraging the ladies enough to get into coaching, or the ladies just don't want to get into coaching because of certain issues here and there? Some people say that ladies do not want to get into coaching because the emotional side takes the best of them.
Because they're driven by intuition all the time, that's what we're saying. But the truth be told, I'll be honest with you, I think the ladies have been laid back so much. They've been given chances. I mean, even National Council of Sports calls for very many ladies courses, and they've been given chances even to improve their administration skills and all the things. Template that we are on also eating from. It's just because, and we have very many who have played the game, but you see most of them the moment they go into other institutions like marriages and all that, they tend to be caught up so much, and they won't have the freedom that we have. Most of us, we can juggle here and there, but the ladies most of the time realize that, you know what, there is so much on their plate, they have to do this, they have to do that. That's why most of the time they don't they don't evolve in the game like how we are evolving in the game. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
But given more resources, given more structures, more encouragement, and from the federation, you see the federation is also trying, it's doing its part. So I think we'll have the numbers. We'll do have the numbers, absolutely.
Speaking of the federation, I actually wanted to jump there next. For the whole year, actually, on this show, okay, we've been trying to analyze the different problems that the federation has, okay, and one of the biggest issues we saw was the issue of finances, because if you look at the campaign of the Silverbacks, you know, the qualifications for AfroBasket, then the saga that happened with them in Rwanda, where they didn't have enough finances to even pay for, you know, the hotels, okay, so according to you, you've been in Ugandan basketball for a while. You know, I know that you have a perspective that you need to give. You have a different kind of analysis. What are some of those problems that you see FUBA as a federation is facing in Uganda, and why have we really failed to develop that much as other nations in Africa? Yet, we have actually one of the best leagues in the African region. Okay, so what are some of those problems that FUBA has that has limited the growth of basketball in Uganda?
I think if we do not nail down a concrete sponsorship package, I think that is where all our problems are starting from. I remember way back we used to have MTN, and they could give us jerseys and you know, this airtime. Remember those days, when you used to play for that airtime, that passion, you know, playing for that airtime. You know, it was a small package, but it was coming in. And then, you know, Airtel comes in and everything changes. Then we start to miss out the jerseys and everything. So I think we need a concrete sponsorship. I think all our problems are starting from the finances bit. So if FUBA can get some sponsorship, then I think our league will be the best in Africa.
Way better.
Will be way better.
Yeah, but I mean, one can argue that we actually had sponsors. There's a time MTN was on board. There's a time Tascalite was on board. We had Airtel on board at a certain point, you know, but we ended up losing, you know, all these sponsors. And right now, I think the game of basketball actually does not have a sponsor. Apart from the last year's playoffs where UAP came and actually sponsored the playoffs. Apart from that, you know, we lost all the sponsors.
Absolutely.
Okay, so...
And it's affecting us, especially us who are dealing in the lower league a lot. It is really so hard on the people running these teams, the managers and everyone. They have to meet here, chip in for transport for players, you know, allowances and all that. It is really a hassle. So we need sponsorship in the lower division.
Young people at the moment are struggling to understand the older generation because times have changed. Technology has come in.
They've moved on.
Yes.
We're the ones sitting back and wondering, what is my child on to? TikTok has surpassed WhatsApp. The other one I call, I never call it Facebook, it's Bookface. Why are you on Bookface? Dad, it's Facebook.
Yes.
Me, I keep saying, I have a foot amongst the millennials. And I understand the traditionalists.
Okay.
There's a song in the 60s, by the way, and in the 90s, 70s, where they're like, parents don't understand.
Yes.
Remember Prince?
Yes.
Prince.
A wise man once said, "The future has a name, and its name is hope." a tiny flicker of light that feeds on hope is enough to shatter any shield of darkness. At Mandulis, we really believe in this. We're a clean energy company that also focuses on agricultural value addition to help improve the lives of farmers in rural Africa. Something that's close to my heart, having grown up in these communities. I was born in northern Uganda, in such communities that we've seen today. I spent my early childhood running around these roads. You know, I've lived this, but so has almost every other Ugandan, because 80% of us are linked to the ground through farming. And now what today has been about is figuring out how farming can not only be productive for food, but rather how farming can be productive for the entire ecosystem and the economy. How crops once grown can have residues that can be turned into energy to process those same crops, can be turned into energy to cook those same crops, and can be turned into that flicker of light that can shatter any shield of darkness, economically, developmentally, and otherwise.
I am Jean-Baptiste Fauvel. I work as a program manager at the EU delegation to Uganda, and I'm in charge of working on inclusive green economy. Inclusive green economy is one of two focal sectors of the EU's development cooperation with Uganda, so we have allocated a significant amount of resources to advancing this agenda of promoting inclusive green economy in line with the government's ambitions in this regard, because Ugandan authorities have launched the Ugandan Green Growth Development Strategy end of 2017, and we are keen on supporting this. This visit to the pilot projects implemented by Mandulis in the Gulu district, Gulu region, has been a very interesting experience for me, a learning experience, because I'm not familiar with gasification, the gasification of biomass, and the many interesting technologies implemented by Mandulis here. So I've learned a lot, and I am extremely grateful to Peter and his colleagues for showing this and the very inspiring message conveyed to us visitors.
What's interesting about this project, what I've learned from Mandulis, is that they are covering the missing link in rural electrification. And that missing link is that, you know, we try to electrify people, and it always requires subsidy. What they're bringing is they're connecting the value chains, the agricultural value chains, the groundnuts, the rice, the maize, and these value chains, which are worth a lot of money. They're using the waste from these value chains to make energy, which returns resources to the community. And this has not been done successfully in East Africa yet. So this is a really exciting project. And so what my plan and what I'll be working on is to try and help them finalize the business so that it's investable in a way that they can grow to meet all 16 of the target areas.
I'm telling you that take this stove, okay, take this shigiri, go home, after you've made your muchama and you've eaten and you've enjoyed yourself, I'll buy back the ash from you. That is crazy, but it's what makes you now say, okay, maybe I should switch, because if I calculate the amount of money, let's assume you're buying 1 ton a year, and that 1 ton you're spending about 500,000 shillings, and let's say you're getting about a quarter of a ton at the end of the year, 250 grams, 250 kilos, that's 5 bags of charcoal. How much is 5 bags of charcoal? You're like, okay. So if you're spending 500,000 and you're earning 100,000 from your waste at the end of the year, in a rural environment, that's covering, 2 terms of school for 1 kid. So it gives that incentive to switch, because you're saying, look, it's still wood, but this is cleaner. It doesn't beat the environment. It's cheaper, but more importantly, it is an income stream for you as a family.
I have been very impressed by what I've seen. It's been very inspiring, and I will be very keen on exploring whether and how we could maybe support Manduli's ambitions in the future. I will share my takes with colleagues in Kampala, and we will explore what can be done.
The EU has been a strong partner of Uganda in many different fields, from infrastructure to development to others. And I feel it's crucial for them to see how what we're doing fits in within their plans and Uganda's plans.
The farmers are ready. The farmers are ready for someone to come in and make this happen. So we go back to what we need is rural electrification. What we need is we need markets for food crops. The markets for food crops are there, and the opportunities for rural electrification are there, and the farmers are willing to participate. So what surprised me, it didn't surprise me, but is how knowledgeable they are. Mandulis, I think, has raised the awareness, but they're ready to participate, and they understand that they have a role to play in this great activity.
And I'm impressed as well at the potential of this region in terms of agriculture and agro-processing. Just have a look at what's around the landscape. You can see how fertile this land is and how much potential there is for such initiatives as those promoted by Mandulis. So I am confident that there is a big potential for agro-processing industries in the future, and of course the gasification of bio-waste is one of them.
This is a beautiful area. This is a wealthy area. You know, when I heard about Gulu, I had no idea. I kind of thought northern Uganda was very dry, and I didn't really know what to expect. And so when I got here, what I've seen is a very rich area, a lot of crops, a lot of farmers, a lot of young people looking for things to do. And so I think that the agricultural value is here. So what surprised me is the amount of agricultural activity and the potential here.
It was fantastic. I was very much impressed by how welcoming and friendly the local communities are, especially here in Paminolango. We were treated with a fantastic singing and dancing show, which I will keep in my mind for a long time. I think it was fantastic, and I'm very grateful to all those people, all those communities here for their fantastic welcome.
I have not had sorghum ugali like that for a really long time. I mean, in Nairobi we get maize ugali, but sorghum ugali, and then the local food here is just fantastic. I'll also talk about the music. That was like the best village orchestra that I've seen in a long time. So the food and the music, that was like a cherry on top of the experience, and so I'm really looking forward to working on this project.
We wanted our guests to experience the warm welcome of the culture in rural Uganda, especially in this part of rural Uganda. So we had everything from Malakwang to Bo to Lakorokoro, you know, to Odi to Olel, all the food that's grown just down the road from here, and they've eaten it right here. Everything, you know, even those who had the chickens are grown here, and they've been fed on the maize bran and rice bran, you know, and everything's from around the corner. Fresh food, natural food, cooked with a lot of care and a lot of love for everyone, and a lot of welcoming warmth.
So I used to love the way our barista used to present his cups.
Yeah.
For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented. And I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study.
Yeah.
So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. You know, baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy.
Yeah.
So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pro Plus. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Welcome to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. How are you doing? Is it morning? Is it evening? Wherever you are, that doesn't matter. It is time for coffee. And like I said last week, in the UK they say anytime is tea time, but here on House of Talent Television we say that anytime is coffee time. Welcome to the Coffee Break Show. Remember, you can catch us live on our socials, that is on Twitter at HTV1, or you can go to our Facebook at House of Talent TV Uganda, or you can go to our website houseoftalenttvug.com, or you can catch us on YouTube at House of Talent UG. Live stream, make sure that you catch the show, and if you know there's a barista, there's a roaster, there's a farmer who should be watching this right now, let them know, tag a friend, share it far and wide. Well, today in the studio with me, I have a man who is a roast master. He's a double certified barista. I don't know how someone gets double certified, but we're going to get to know more about that. He's a trainer, he's a mentor, and he has more than 5 years experience in the coffee industry. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome with me, Mr. Chibuka Lawrence. Lawrence, you're welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
It's good to have you here. Thank you for honoring our invitation to come here. I know that it's not an easy thing because on Saturdays people actually always want to rest. I know that the week can always be long, but thank you for coming. Just to start off, what does it mean to be a double certified barista?
Okay, first of all, it's nice to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you for hosting me. I was eager to come here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Chibuka Lawrence, as you said. Most of my friends know me as Barista Reno. Yeah, that's the industry name. Okay, to be double certified, it means you have the barista skills and the barista knowledge.
Okay.
Plus also an extra knowledge of coffee brewing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what it means to be double certified.
Yeah.
So are there people in the industry who are just certified, like a single certification?
Yeah, many of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people actually need to up their game and get into a double certification. Also, on your resume or your CV, okay, it says that you're a roast master.
Yeah.
In the world there, when someone says a roast master, it goes into comedy, like roasting someone. But what does it mean to be a roast master when it comes to coffee?
Okay, when it comes to coffee, to be a roast master, it means you specialized in roasting coffee.
Yeah.
So you understand the bean itself.
Okay.
How to turn it from green to a consumable product.
Okay. Yeah. All right, before we get into all the roasting, I know people are very eager to know what roasting is, the process of roasting, how does one become a roaster, okay? We just want to get to know more about you. We know that you're Chibuka Lawrence,
yes,
roast master, double certified, mentor, trainer, all these things, but who are you when you're not doing coffee?
Okay, when I'm not doing coffee, I'm taking coffee. Okay, coffee is my life.
Yeah.
Yeah, coffee is my life, starting from years back. I was in janitoring, what we call housekeeping, in some hospital there. But I got a friend, a bro.
Yeah.
So he told me about this coffee stuff. So I tried to catch an interest in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from there, I've never done anything else apart from coffee.
Right.
So it rescued me from where I was. So when I'm not in coffee, I'm taking coffee.
So coffee was kind of like your salvation.
Yeah.
Okay. So still apart from that, what do you do on the weekends? Do you watch football, play football? Do you do research? What kind of hobbies do you have as a person?
Okay, as a person, I watch football.
Yeah.
Also keep myself updated.
Okay.
Updated.
Yeah.
I make more research.
Right.
That's why I keep upgrading.
Yeah. In coffee. So in football, which team do you support?
Manchester United.
So Manchester United, Arsenal, all in the same boat, People are saying that Ole should go. Are you of the same view? You think you should stay?
They should
With the bad record they're having right now, you think it's okay?
It's okay. Today you're having a bad record, tomorrow you're up.
So you guys are hoping that.
Yeah.
It's always good to have die-hard fans. We had an Arsenal fan here sometime, and he was of the same perspective. Yeah, but anyway, this is not a football show. This is a coffee show. So, getting into roasting more, I believe that you were first a barista.
Yeah.
Okay. So when was it at that point that you decided and said, you know what, I just don't want to be a barista. I want to be a roaster also. What pushed you more into the roasting bit?
Okay. It's not that I didn't want to be a barista.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just wanted to upgrade. As I've told you, like I keep myself upgrading.
Yeah.
But it reached a time when you research about like the skills, the coffee skills, where youths are, like of my age, they are in baristering.
Yeah.
And there are few roasters. So there was a need for someone to enter in that sector and also inspire others, because it requires a lot of reading, a lot of research than the practical.
Okay.
So I had to enter in that sector.
You had to open the way for others, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so talking about roasting, okay, we know that the coffee chain basically starts all the way from the seed getting into the ground, the farmer, all the way to the cup. Okay, somewhere in the middle there you have different people who play different parts. Okay, you have the roasters, the baristas, the quality control, the graders, and all this. So when it comes to you, the roaster, okay, I believe that you have to pick a certain kind of coffee.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's start our process from there. Okay, you go to a farmer and say, I'm a roaster. Okay, how do you pick the kind of coffee that you, a roaster, would like to work with?
Okay, that's a nice question. Okay, as a roaster, when we are studying, we start from the seed.
Okay.
That's where the complicated part is.
Yeah.
We start from the seed.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you go to an institute or an academy, they start you from the ground. You do quality control. You also process. Then you cup. Then you go to the general roasting.
Yeah.
So when I go to the farmer, since I have that knowledge of the quality controller, it gets easier to choose the good quality of the beans that I'm going to roast, of the beans that I'm going to use.
Okay.
Yeah, but not leaving something behind that every coffee is good coffee, even though it is undergrade.
Yeah.
We will sell it to.
Yeah, we had a barista last week who said actually there's nothing like bad coffee.
Yeah, there's no bad coffee.
Can't even sell that one. So what does the roasting process look like? You know, from the beginning all the way, to the end.
Okay, roasting process is generally like turning the green beans, or those are coffee beans, from their green state to the consumable state.
Okay.
Yeah, but it involves use of heat, use of mind, use of eyes, the nose, and concentration.
Okay, so I believe that there are certain steps that you have to take, okay, in the process. I was reading there are about 3 steps, okay? Yeah. So what are these steps that you have to take as a roaster for you to get the beans to where you want them to be?
Okay. First of all, we have what we call the variables. Like, there is what we call the changes. The changes before you go to the steps. The changes that have to be in your mind. First of all, you roast with your passion.
Yeah.
You have to put your passion in what you're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to make sure you're in a secure place. Your fire extinguisher is there. Your gas is already there, and the machine. So the steps are: you switch on electricity first. The machine, you switch on the electricity first. Then you switch on your gas, and wait it to heat up. You wait for the machine or the drum to heat up to a certain temperature. Then you decrease it a little bit. Then you put your beans inside. Yeah.
So, talking about temperatures, okay? I believe that when you're roasting, there are different kinds of coffee that you will get. Okay, you will get the light roast, you get the medium roast, okay? So what are these different temperatures that you have to put into consideration when you're roasting?
Okay. First of all, let me highlight this.
Yeah.
Okay, let me first advise my friends.
Okay.
Yeah. We have the specific temperatures, the numbers that we are written in books. But we are different people.
Yeah.
Different minds and different passion.
Yeah.
When you conquer that machine, when you're the one driving that machine, there's a way you concentrate on the coffee more than the temperature.
Yeah.
Of course, they don't have to be down and they don't have to be so high. Yeah. So it requires the mind, not the specific temperature reading.
Yeah.
Like we are in a specialty world, world where we have now to appreciate the work of our farmers.
Yeah.
The world where we need to get that sweetness from that particular bean. So if you concentrate on the digits, the temperature digits, you will miss what the farmer did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we put our minds on the changes of the beans from state to state, not the temperatures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't leave them aside.
Yeah.
We just balance the temperature.
Okay.
We balance the temperatures. Yeah. So it's like misleading someone if I tell you 180 degrees Celsius. In 4 minutes, this one will happen. And if you do that and it doesn't happen, I'll be the liar.
Yeah.
So you have to use your mind. You have to use your cupping skills so that you get the best out of that coffee.
Yeah.
Even though it's light, medium, dark, you just have to use your mind, your cupping mind.
Yeah.
Yes. You see the changes, you feel the aroma, like those fumes from the coffee.
Yeah.
Then you see the color.
Okay.
So these are the major parts.
Yeah.
The eyes, the nose, and also you keep testing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So with what you're saying that roasting is actually a combination of science and art.
Yeah.
Okay. So the art part comes in with, I think, experience. Okay. Because if you get a first time roaster, you will be so worried about the digits and the time. Because in school they'll tell you, you know what, this degrees for this amount of time. So they will be so focused on that. So what you're saying is that you should have passion, and that passion should drive you towards what you're roasting, and it will come out in, I believe that when you do that, it will come out in your own kind of way. Okay, so with roasting there are certain recipes, okay, that you come up with. All right, if you could just tell our viewers which are some of these recipes that you can come up with, what are some of these aromas that you can come up with when you're roasting, and what kind of roast will give you what kind of aroma.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that question. First of all, what you call a recipe in roasting, like we call it the roasting curve, the profile.
Okay.
Yeah. We build that roast under profiles.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we record every changes from the start to the end when we're doing sample roasting. So that curve or that profile that you do, it is your recipe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I don't know how to enter in that recipe because I don't want to scare my friends to join the industry.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the first thing you all do, spoil. Never get scared of spoiling.
Yeah.
When you're doing that first interview of baristering or roasting, baristering you pour and something doesn't come out.
Yeah.
For roasting you can burn, you can bake.
Yeah.
But to follow that recipe, you have to spoil some beans.
Okay.
You have to concentrate.
Yeah.
Yes, and you have to be with some theory.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
For in roasting, theory is the key, not just the machine
Yeah,
than
so-
the barista side.
Okay, so when you have that theory of roasting, you can apply it to the practical. Okay, we're going to take a break now, but when we come back, you'll be telling me more about the aromas we can get. Viewers, we're going to take a break right now. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television. With me in the studio is Lawrence, the mentor, the trainer, the double certified barista, and is giving us more knowledge about roasting. We'll be right back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Working.
Yeah.
But first of all, if you're passionate about what you're going to do,
Yeah.
I believe in all work we do mistakes. So my first experience at work was when I reach at work. You know, you have to be confident when you're doing something, even if it's wrong. In our industry, you have to be confident. Once you're confident, you give support of it.
Yeah.
So my first cup to make was for a customer, and I made a mistake on it because the waitress came and gave me a cappuccino single. I made it and gave it to her. Then she told me, no, the guest wanted a flower on it. I could not make a flower. So I said, what I've given you is what is supposed to go. I cannot make another cup of coffee. Please take that to a customer. If he calls me, I'll explain why. So that's how I started. But to me, when you love what you're doing, even when you make mistakes, still you will support that mistake and it will go out. So I have love for the coffee, for the industry. I have love for what I'm doing, and when I'm on the station, trust me, I don't want anyone to disturb me. Even if you are who, even if you are the boss, once I'm in my bar, it is my turn.
It's your
I
area.
wait for my shift to get done, then you can bring me coffee.
Interesting. If you're watching us, this is House of Talent, the Coffee Break. We are having some fun with Isaac and Charles here. You know, Charles telling us about his first experience, and he was supposed to make a certain cup of coffee, which he did not do, but these are the different experiences that we have. So if you're a barista and it's your first day of the job, relax. You got this. Have some confidence. We have you here at the Coffee Break, and we're going to take a break right now. But when we return, we still have that part of we're going to brew a cup of coffee, which I believe is going to be very tasty. And we'll also be talking about how can we set up a successful coffee business, which I think very many people are trying to get into right now. So we'll take a break right now. This is the Coffee Break on House of Talent Television.
I think most female feel like being a barista is more of a male job, or being a farmer is a male thing, or being a quality controller. Yet they don't know that there are other perfect people that we are looking at. So we want to bring this gender equality into the coffee business. I would thank this the International Women Coffee Alliance. It has really done a very good job to encourage women into the coffee business. When you look at coffee farmers or coffee processors, most of them are women. When you look at the quality controllers, they say that women are the best coffee testers. Why? Because they're very subjected to spices when they're cooking. They get a lot of flowers from us. So they test a lot of things, ice cream, yogurt, sweets, what. So they are good cup testers. Yes.
So most of them should actually, you know, take opportunity.
I would actually encourage all the female to participate in the coffee business, whether owning a coffee shop, whether analyzing coffee, barista, farming. We really need them.
You have to know each equipment. You have to know the brew ratio. Actually, the brew ratio is
very important.
The most important. Brew ratio now most people may not understand. It is the ratio of the coffee powder to water, and the yield. Water in this article will bring us into the yield. If I put 10 grams of coffee into my portafilter, how much of it am I exactly? So if you don't master the brew ratio, oh, everything is going to turn out a mess. You understand? Even if you know that knowledge and you don't master the brew ratio.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng, and it's lovely to have you guys here watching us. All the baristas, all the farmers, all the CEOs of the different coffee shops around town. Welcome to the show. With me in the studio is Mr. Chihuka Lawrence, who has been telling us more about himself, more about roasting, and we're going to get in depth. I know there's a couple of you who have been asking, but really, what is this whole roasting thing? Some of you go to the coffee shop and you don't even know that your coffee is actually roasted before it gets into the cup. Lawrence, welcome back to the show. Before we went for the break, we're talking about the different kind of aromas that you can actually get from roasting. But perhaps before we get into that, someone asked that, because you're talking about get your gas, put the beans in it, and someone was asking, but now where does the gas come in? Where does the electricity come in? Okay, so for the person out there that really wants to know what's the exact process, okay, what are those details that they need to put into consideration. For I know that people always want to try out things at home, so what's the actual process of roasting? Okay, you can take us way back to, I know that there are some people who do sun drying actually as a way of roasting theirs. Then they put it in a small cup. I believe that was done way back, at the beginning of roasting, put it on a fire, and that's how it was done. But now we have the commercial way of doing it. Okay, so perhaps if you could just run us through that whole process of roasting.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, first of all, I come from the roasting family. Okay, my parents used to do like roasting way back in the local way, without using any specialized machine. Okay, to make it simple, we have many ways of roasting coffee. We can use a saucepan. We can use like what we call a chibaya. Like I don't know how to explain it in English.
I know what you mean.
So, and we can use these equipped, like these machines from abroad. So when you're using a saucepan, you get our saucepan plus our stove. You put your beans, your green beans in that saucepan. You light up your stove or our normal sigiri, charcoal stove. Then when it's ready, you put some ash, so that the heat is not too much.
So you put the ash on the stove itself.
On the stove itself. Then you put our saucepan on that stove. So you keep mixing. You keep mixing as they are turning the color. So that's the local way of roasting our coffee. So you can try it like from home, anywhere. If you have your saucepan, your green beans, plus your sigiri. Okay. Now we have the new mechanism, the new improved machines. So those roasters, we call them drum roasters. So if you're going to use a drum roaster, you will need electricity, the drum roaster itself. You'll need this cooking gas, maybe from Total or Shell. Any gas can work. And you need, of course, an extinguisher somewhere for
just
safety.
in case.
Just in case. So, and also the green beans. So first things first, you first check whether the machine is working before you put on your gas. Before you connect any gas. Gas helps us to provide the heat to the roaster. Electricity powers on the roaster. So you first switch on your electricity, you switch on the roaster, and check whether nothing happened before, within those range of working ranges. Yeah. So after there, when everything is running normally, smoothly, then you can introduce in your gas. For gas, we open like the usual gas. We open our gas. Yeah. So after there, when electricity, you have powered on your roaster plus your gas, it will start raising in temperature. So the gas will be providing heat. So the drum will be running as it's warming up. So there are desired temperatures that we start roasting our beans, start putting our beans into the drum.
Okay.
So those temperatures start from 180 to 200 according to the coffee weight or the batch weight that you're going to roast.
Yeah.
So from there, when you reach that desired temperature between 180 degrees Celsius to 200, you can introduce in your beans. So as you introduce in your beans, the temperature of the drum will be going down because the beans are cold.
Yeah.
Yes, and they are raw. So the temperature will go down. So that decreasing temperature, it will be conducted to the beans. So as the drum temperature is going down, the temperature of the beans is rising. So it will reach a time when the two are equal, and that's where we get our turning point, the equilibrium point. So this is when the temperature of the beans inside the drum is equal to the thermocouples of that drum. Yes. So then after there, the two will start moving as a couple. So the temperature reading will be now reading the beans versus the drum. So within that range, now we start experiencing what you guys call aroma, those fragrance, those fumes that they arise from roasting. First of all, when beans are raw or coffee beans are raw, you expect them to smell grassy, like our herbal grassy state. But as they're increasing, they'll be changing the color and the smell will be changing. So they will turn green, pale yellow, yellow. So there it will still be smelling grassy, the green state, and it is not consumable. It will still taste like sponge and taste raw. So from there, it will go to what we call the bread color or the browning. That's where the browning starts, the reddishing, and the aroma is there. They'll be smelling like the crust of the bread. If you have ever passed where there's a bakery, there's that smell of that crust. So that's where the breading part is. The bread, you can term it as the color of that crust or the smell of that crust. So from browning stage, it will start now getting our normal brown color. Now that's where you'll see that's starting to increase on the browning state. Then after the year, it will start popping. You know how popcorns behave. That popping indicates that we are about to reach the first crack. We are about to reach the first late roast profile. It also helps us to know that the heat inside, is too much. So you have to be with all those in the mind. The heat, the crack, and the roast profile. So from there, now the coffee will start smelling like consumable coffee. It starts smelling like consumable coffee. Its color will be like cinnamon color. You know how the cinnamon looks like. So from there, its acidity, if you remove it from there, its acidity will be high. Yeah, it will be high, it will be sharp in the palates. Yeah. And so after there, every change that will happen, it will be in the range of 30 seconds. 30 seconds, 30 seconds. So from popping, it will be between 30 seconds to crack. To a crack is that big sound than a pop. The pop will be, the crack will be like bah. Yeah. So from there, now you're going to the medium stage, the medium roast. So medium roast will start smell like fruitiness, those smooth aroma, like smooth aromas, like the fragrances will be like frolic, or like the way your roses smell. Yeah, those flowers, those smooth, like those good flowers they smell. So in that stage, after again 30 seconds, sugars inside the beans. Did you know that coffee also has sugars?
Didn't know that, but now I do.
Okay, to summarize that, every fruit has sugars, has natural sugars. Every fruit, and coffee is also fruit. Yeah. So when you're applying heat inside there, the sugars will start to boil up. They will start to boil up. Yeah. So in that medium stage, they will be boiled up. So you will feel that sweetness of the coffee. Now you will term it as the sweet fruits, all those sweet fruits, like that sugar cane, blah blah, like anything sweet. It starts from there. So after 30 seconds, those sugars will start to burn. Then after burning, you start feeling like the molasses, the honey, like even the caramelization, like if you have ever tasted caramel syrup. So after burning those sugars, you start feeling that. And the body, so the coffee will start feeling like, you're taking now coffee. Yes. For light roast, you'll be like taking tea. But for medium, medium, 30 seconds after, you start feeling like, now this is coffee. So after again 30 seconds, that's where you reach the now what we call the medium high profile, or what we call the city roast, the city roast profile. So the city roast is where now you're starting now to alert yourself that you're going to spoil. Now you're decreasing on the acidity, you're increasing on the body. So all the cafes, 80%, they stop from there. That coffee that they are having, it stops from there. It will still smell like our normal fruits, our flowers, flowers from our roses, the blossoms. Since it's like it also flowers, you have to feel those. You have to feel those floral notes. So after there, after again 30 seconds, now we'll feel the second crack. The second crack now helps us to know that now you're going to the dark roast. And I don't think you want to spoil that. Okay, dark coffee is spoiling, but also on the other side, there are those guys that want that harsh coffee. Yes, that bitter coffee. Then you're going to bitterness. Now you're exceeding the sweetness. Remember, you have burnt the sugars that they are helping us to give us those sweet notes. Now you're burning them. So in that second crack, you're in the dark roast. You're in dark roast. And for specialty coffee, we don't desire to go there. You've bought your coffee expensively, like 16K, and you burn it. So you can't burn that coffee. So, but even after 30 seconds, now the beans will start turning black. They will be black.
Yeah.
So the coffee there will be harsh. It will be having notes of chocolate, dark chocolate, baker's chocolate. Yeah. And the acidity will be flat. The flavor will be now also going down.
Down, yeah.
Yeah. And you start feeling the burnt notes.
Yeah.
When something is burnt. Yeah. So you can target yourself from the light roast to the dark roast.
Yeah.
Then you start, like you get to know where I have to remove my beans from the drum.
Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
So those are the steps taken.
Yeah.
When you're roasting. Another thing, after roasting, we have what we call the cooling tray. In every drum has that cooling tray.
Yeah.
So that cooling tray helps us to cool those coffee beans, so that they don't extend. Remember, when you discharge them from the drum, when you remove them from the drum, they are still like roasting up.
Yeah.
Like since they have consumed a lot of heat. They have consumed a lot of heat.
Yeah.
So they are still warming up. So that cooling tray helps us to pause on the rise of the temperature.
Yeah.
So we pause and we bring it down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, for those of you who wanted a complete tutorial on the roasting process, I believe that you are satisfied. And if you're not satisfied, then maybe you can get into contact with Lawrence and he will pass you through. I believe that was a detailed detailed way of roasting coffee. Well, we're going to take a break right now to just give you guys time to, put that in your mind, to assimilate it into your thinking so that you know exactly what the coffee roasting process looks like. We'll be right back after this break. Grab yourself a cup of coffee, let someone out there know that the Coffee Break Show is on, and we will be back right after this. This is House of Talent Television, the Coffee Break Show with me, Emmanuel Ateng.
For example, one day he presented some nice coffee. It was a cappuccino, very nice, presented, and I asked him, how do you make this? He said, you go to a school and study. Yeah. So I used to love the passion he had. So I said one day I should learn this. So I kept on serving his orders. But I found out that most of the orders were according to the way he was feeling. Baristas present their cups according to the way they are feeling, according to the mood. In case he left home when he's sad, he's not happy, you will see the results in the cup. But when you see something beautiful, just know he's so happy. Yeah. So the passion he had and the love he used to put in the cup really encouraged me to join the school. Not until I got to learn about Isaac at the Pre Plus. Yeah. Then I came with some of my friends, so we are now doing the course.
Welcome back to the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. My name is Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, you can catch us live on our socials. That's on HTV1, that's on our Twitter, House of Talent TV UG, on our Facebook, House of Talent TV Uganda.com, that's on our website, and House of Talent UG live stream, that's on our YouTube. Remember, these shows are live for you. If there's someone who needs to be watching this show, someone who needs to improve their knowledge on coffee, let them know. Share this show far and wide. Let's get coffee out there in Uganda, because we believe that it has to be out there on a bigger scale. Well, we're talking about roasting. What is roasting? Why should we even roast? Are roasters important? And these are the questions that we have been answering with Lawrence on the show. And Lawrence, welcome back. Before we went into a break, you gave us a total breakdown, of the roasting process. You brought in things that I believe that some people are still scratching their heads over here. But we had a question. Someone asked a question that, okay, fine. Now I know the whole roasting process. I can use the local method of I get a saucepan, get a stove, and roast there. Or I can use the commercial kind of roasting where I have a drum and, I have to keep monitoring the temperature and the time to get different aromas here and there, okay? We have that knowledge now, okay? Yeah. But someone asked me, but why? Yeah? why do I even need to roast in the first place? Okay, can't I just, get my beans and use them as they are? Okay, and also the other question was, with these aromas we're talking about, okay, can we only achieve these aromas through roasting, or there are other things that can affect it? Because even the storing of coffee can affect the type of aroma you get from it. Okay, so let's just try to answer these two questions for now.
Okay, thank you for need to roast.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course we need to roast, because raw coffee is an consumable product.
Yeah.
We call it a raw material, and percentage of farmers are exporting it as a raw material.
Yeah.
So if it's a raw material, it means it helps us to make something else. It helps us to take something else, to transform it to something else.
Yeah.
So we need to roast our coffee so that it can be consumed. It's like eating raw banana. Raw matoke, these matokes.
Yeah.
So you have to cook it so that you can eat it.
Okay.
Yes. So when coffee is raw, it's not coffee. It's not a consumable product. We apply heat, we cook it to
the final product.
To the final product that is consumable. Yeah.
Okay. Then the second question was, these aromas we are talking about, okay? Can we only get them through that roasting process, or are there other, other things that affect the way that the aromas will come out?
Okay. There's specific places for specific aromas.
Yeah.
Yeah. There is coffee from the east, there is coffee from the west. Of course, since they are different places, different aromas. You achieve different aromas.
Yeah.
Yes. So that is on the part of the altitude or the region where the coffee comes from. But to achieve those different aromas, to know that this coffee comes from here, you have to again roast that coffee to get that particular aroma.
Yeah.
Yes. So the region versus the roasting versus the output. Yes. So aroma means like that smell from something warm, from something warm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fragrance comes from something not warm, like fumes. Yeah. Now to get that aroma, it's a smell, a sensation from fumes of a broad hot substance.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you can't just achieve aroma even though you go to the peak of the mountain and be like, this is where good coffee starts from. Even though you squeeze your nose, what you'll be feeling, it will not be aroma.
Okay.
It will be something else.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's how we could get that aroma from that process. Well, switching a bit away from roasting, okay? We're going to get into the business part. Okay, I know that you're a trainer and you're also a mentor. And you're also a certified barista and a certified roast master. There's a lot of things on your CV which basically make you look very good, and it's a good thing for, I believe, that whoever is involved in the coffee industry to basically increase their knowledge and increase their CV. So when it comes to entrepreneurship, I know you work with the youth, okay? And we live in a time whereby there's very much uncertainty. You have the coronavirus that is happening now. You have the lockdown that is happening now. Of recent, you have the bombings that are going on in Kampala. And we live in uncertain times. No one really knows what's going to happen in 2022, okay? And because of that, people are losing jobs. There are people who are giving up on life, okay? Because they have no source of income, all right? But I believe that coffee itself, like how you said that coffee was your salvation, it saved you, and now you do only coffee, okay? I believe that there's someone out there who's also looking for a way out, okay? So how can we use coffee, okay, to start businesses? how do we link coffee to entrepreneurship? Because I believe that that's one of the things that you talk to the youth about. Okay, so how can we use this coffee in Uganda, all right, to start businesses, to become better at entrepreneurship, to better our lives? Okay, if I was a youth you are talking to, okay, yes, what would that advice be?
Okay, my first advice to my students, the people I train, the people I talk to, is that at every stage of coffee, from the farm to the cup, you can gain something. So I first get to know, like, you as you, what's your passion? Is it going to the garden? Is it going to the factory? Or is it like being a supplier? First of all, we are working for people. We're working for people, but our dreams are being self-employed. Yes. So in coffee, if I'm mentoring you, if like I want you to get something good, improve on your life, me, I can pass through roasting. I can teach you how, like I can teach you or train you the part of coffee roasting. So within that process, you like will be making some money somewhere, and where does that money comes from? You buy your coffee, you roast, you pack it, and you sell. Of course, there are many cafes that are opening. We have our organizations here in Uganda, like they are boosting up the consumption. We have business people that are starting up cafes, but there is that gap. There's that gap of supplies exporting, but we can also be the big company at our youth stage. We roast our coffee, we pack it, and we sell it. Let me take another example. You can be a good person in computer graphic designing. So when I introduce that idea, you can plan the way of branding that coffee, how we can market that coffee. Yes. So we can, like, at the end of the process, me and you will be having something to put in the pocket, or to save on the account. So the reason, like the major reason as to why I train, most especially in roasting part, like I want my fellows, like to also like work for themselves. You build that knowledge. Yes, our farmers are, like, they are giving us coffee, but it's not always good to always export that coffee. We as the youth, we can use that coffee to be somewhere, other than exporting it. So on side of roasting, I train you how you buy the coffee and which kind of coffee you buy, and for a particular target of clients. Me, I have my big clients somewhere, though I don't want to mention the names. But they are there, and they are always asking for more and more coffee. And I think right now they're even watching. So me, my dream is for guys to be like me. We have coronavirus. Our parents are left with nothing in the pocket. Me, I did sciences and I passed, but I had no money for the university. There are guys there at the university, they don't know what's next. So we welcome them to coffee, and we get to know how the skill is going to push their lives forward. So through coffee, everything is possible. For example, the girl child. Concentrate more on the girl child.
I'm glad that you actually brought that up.
The girl child. Like, though that is the gender that we all need to help faster. Because we guys, we can plan any gig and get it by the girl child. Like, we don't want our girls to be used in order to get money. But we can train them how they can earn money for themselves. A good woman in coffee is a good entrepreneur. They are our big ladies in the industry. And I think you know them.
Some of them.
Some of them. But I use those ladies as examples to the girl child when I'm training them. Like, I train them not to be hunters that have now known roasting. What's next? Now I train you to know the roasting stage and where you can get something for your pocket. Every lady that you enter in someone's office with a coffee mind, it will be like a surprise to the boss or to the person or to the customer she has gone to. So the girl child mainly, like I want the girl child to enter more in coffee. Like we want more girls in the industry. Yes. And the girl child that is a good roaster, like 5 millions abroad.
I'm actually glad that you brought that up, because always on the show, most of the guys who've had are actually men. Okay, and every time someone comes, I always ask them the same question. Why don't we have more girls getting into the coffee business? Let it be roasting, let it be being a barista, quality control, and all this. And like you said, there are certain few ladies who are actually doing it, but others are not really getting into it. And I know that in such times, everyone is looking for money. For the guys, you can career here and there, in Kampala, here and there. And for the ladies, we actually need to support them more. All right. There's a couple of cafes I've gone to, and every time I see a lady barista, not just one who serves, but an actual barista, it always makes me happy, because I realize that now we are pushing them to a place where they need to be, and to the female baristas out there, you guys are doing a good job. I want you guys to encourage more ladies, just like Lawrence has said, to get into it. You know yourselves. I would have mentioned your names, but you know yourselves, So let's encourage more ladies to get into the coffee industry. We're drawing towards the end of our show, but before we get there, all right, you've talked about the entrepreneurship bit, how you train different people, not only ladies, but also men. You've talked about how these are hard times, and we really need to find a way of getting some money into our pockets, because, 2022, it's very uncertain what will happen. We might say, we are done with the lockdown and all these things, but a new wave comes, God forbid. So I believe that coffee is something that will keep on going. Whether there's lockdown or not, it can't really affect coffee that much. It's like tea, you have to drink tea, and people have to drink coffee, So a country like Uganda, we are trying our best to become one of the leading exporters of coffee in Africa, and also we're trying to get to a stage where Ethiopia is right now, But on the flip side, you realize that we don't consume that much coffee in our own country, being a country that actually exports a lot of it, So what are some of those things that we can do, to make sure that Uganda becomes a nation that actually consumes its own coffee? Because we have, the bubu, by Uganda, So how do we get ourselves into that state where we actually, before thinking of exporting our coffee, actually get to consume our own coffee? How do we get there?
First of all, we need to train our people. So we need more training, more sensitization about coffee. Those guys that came first before us, they have that negative side of coffee. Like telling someone that coffee will you will lose sleep when you take coffee. You can't. It just keeps your body awake, not only the mind. Me have to take water every morning. So if I take water every morning, I can take 5, 6, 7 cups of coffee and I sleep properly. So we need to sensitize our people and we need to give them an example that is true. Ethiopia is a good exporter, but quality coffee in Ethiopia comes from Migachafe. That quality coffee is consumed within the country. So you first appreciate what you're growing before you take it outside. So you need to train so much from the farm level. Like 80% of our farmers, they just grow, sell, but they have even never tasted the coffee. Like a good percentage of our farmers. So from the farm level to the general level, we need to train. That's what we need to do. Even though we put each coffee at a lesser price, like the consumption will not go high. So we need to first train. Then other things will be coming up. But training is the key to everything. Like we need to sensitize our our Ugandans good about coffee. Like after taking coffee, you feel this, you get this. Like we appreciate what you are growing. So you see Ugandans taking more of the matoke. Like they appreciate more than sending it.
Okay.
So training is the key to everything.
Well, it's good that you're a trainer, and if you could actually get more trainers, together to make sure that we get to that place where we're supposed to be. Before we end the show, okay, I know that there are very many questions that we could still ask, okay, but the last question is, as a roaster, okay, how do you set yourself apart in the industry? There are many roasters out there, okay, but what would make me say, you know what, I need to go to Lawrence, So what are those things that you can do as a roaster, and perhaps to the roasters out there, to set yourself apart, to brand yourself, so that when people are looking for a roaster, they know that's the guy I should go to? What are some of those things?
Okay. Roastmaster Lawrence. I like that name so much. Roastmaster Lawrence or Roastmaster Reno. Okay, to be me, or to be like me, or to recommend me somewhere, you have to know Lawrence. Lawrence roasts coffee with passion. First of all, I put passion in every stage of coffee. And another thing, Lawrence knows coffee theoretically and practically. So I make research from green coffee, quality management, roasting itself, and the output. So we drink coffee as we are talking, as we are chatting. Like we taste for your coffee, and I have some good big clients. They have to recommend Lawrence has to be there to test their coffee, to give them results. Like if we wait for our organization, our government organization to do everything, we will not achieve. Just recommend Lawrence. Lawrence is a roaster, a barista. Like he knows coffee, and also like I have my own brand. I have my own brand as Lawrence. It's also on the market and it's also selling. So, but me as Lawrence, as like I concentrate on the home consumption. Like I want everyone to taste that coffee at a cheaper price. So Lawrence is a good person. Is an approachable person, and is a coffee connoisseur. It means coffee expert. So each stage that you find Lawrence, from the green stage, that is grading, quality control, to the baristering, Lawrence will advise you. Lawrence will give you a way forward.
Yeah.
Yes.
So basically, just be really good at what you do, and people will look for you.
People will look for you.
Well, Lawrence, I just want to say thank you very much for coming to the show. I believe that all the stuff you have shared has been really important, and I know that in just 1 hour you can't really expound on everything, yeah. But from the little we could get from you, we just want to be appreciative of that, and you've shed more light on roasting. Most of the guys we've had here are baristas, okay, but it's good always to have a balance of things. You've given us the roasting side, you've also given us the mentorship side, what the youth should do in such times like this. So I just want to say thank you. I hope that we can have you again next time. Yeah. And for those of you who are out there, you're looking for a roaster, Roastmaster Reno, aka Roastmaster Lawrence, we'll be there to help you. You can catch us again next time on House of Talent Television. This has been the Coffee Break Show with me, Emmanuel Ateng. Remember, you can always catch us live on our socials, House of Talent Television Uganda.com, that's on our website, HTV1 on our Twitter, House of Talent Uganda live stream on our YouTube, or just go up to our Facebook. You can watch this show live, or you can, if you missed any other show, you will find them on all those platforms. Thank you again for being with us. Till next time, this has been the Coffee Break Show on House of Talent Television. Have a lovely day.
The private sector is not yet fully utilized because not everybody can be employed by government. And we are looking at a future whereby more people are employed in the private sector than in government. So I think if we all work hard, if we all work together and invest in the right areas, there's been a lot of talk about value addition in the agriculture sector, in the mineral sector. If there is enough investment in those areas, I think it can create enough jobs for our children and grandchildren.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to take you to question number 4, Andrew, which is, let's talk about your journey at City Hall and the foray into the Executive Director's office, which is as Andrew Chitaka,
Very
and as
interesting.
well as the Director Engineering.
Very interesting. I joined KCCA on 1st November 2011. And before then, I was
for so much. CEO of whatever. They give so much.
This is the reason why you're actually on the bench.
Because of my credibility. Thank you so much. But now they attack you, they vilify you. And the goal is to weaken you financially. Is to weaken your honor. These are slanderers. So I'm glad that someone would stay up at night to ask and learn about me. And I pray that in the next 2 months, because I know many Ugandans who travel overseas, when they go there, one of the things, because the media has been so much, and Sam Kutesa, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, has really not done a good job. He has dropped the ball on this issue. Why? So many of us are being accused of being gay killers, including me. You've just heard that person. Uganda is being accused that we kill gays, which actually is absolutely untrue. And because of this, it has affected our tourism. It affects people who go overseas to do work or study. It affects whenever you go to a conference. Hi, my name is Eddie Okello. Where are you from? I'm from Uganda. Oh, you are the gay killers. And then you begin to describe. So one of the things that I've done is I've written a book, which should be coming out. I know that I keep saying the same thing, but the work of doing a book takes a long time, and I wish I could be supported. You know, many people who write on this subject, like Sylvia Tamale, she's supported by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation. There is Monday.
Is a very big brand, and as we go on, we will probably discuss the things we're trying to do to see that things change for the better.
Good. Sean, on the CEO bench, for everyone who is following, we're live on our YouTube studio where we actually stream from. So YouTube studio, for everybody asking for a link, is actually House of Talent Uganda.
Confident in themselves and what they are offering. I think that's the biggest problem. Like, women will easily settle for a less pay than men would.
Okay. Mona Onyeto Deke goes on to say, I think this is a comment, says, I didn't know that beauty products are taxed at 60%. Whoa.
They are. I pray that changes soon, but they are.
Okay. So with that challenge of 60%,
setting up the company, you're doing tours all across the world. You know, a personal account is great, but how these things are taxed becomes important for your business later on. As soon as you cross that threshold of 50 million a year, you know, you're now in
the interest becomes more shares.
Yes.
aliye kama wewe, sijamwona Mungu mwingine kama wewe Yesu, sijamwona bado aliye kama wewe. No, sijamwona Mungu mwingine kama wewe, sijamwona bado aliye kama wewe, sijamwona Mungu mwingine kama wewe Yesu, sijamwona bado aliye kama wewe, aliye kama wewe Baba, hakuna kama wewe. Yo. Kama wewe. Ewe Yesu nguvu zangu nakupenda sana.
You're my king, you're my savior, nakupenda. Nakupenda sana.
Umenipa maisha, umenipa uzima, umenipa na vyote ninavyo Baba. Nakupenda sana.
Love you, savior, nakupenda sheri.
Hallelujah. Hakuna mwingine ni wewe, hakuna Baba. Hakuna kama Yesu. Hakuna kama Baba. Bado. Mariana Ma Mariana Ono muwala teba mukwana Mariana Ma Mariana Ono muwala teba mukwana Big woman thing. Girl, me love how you talk so. Girl, when you talk, me can't tell you shut up. Simply fine when you talk, baby. When you talk, I'm just a blackout. Jagalanzi Jeff, your body boat. No visa, baby, got no passport. No money, boo, no visa too. But baby, me give you the comfort. Mariana Ma Mariana Ono muwala teba mukwana Mariana Ma Mariana Ono muwala teba mukwana
Big woman thing, baby killer, bite me, Dracula. Sing you from afar with my killer binocular. Me speak vernacular, Nkwagala you a killer. Me know say so many men I want you a kubo killer.
She tell me she could love me but she got HIV. How could I see that when she got no ID? Mariana Ma Mariana Ono muwala teba mukwana Mariana Ma Mariana Ono muwala teba mukwana teba mukwana Mariana Ma Mariana Ono muwala teba mukwana
Playing while we were doing our first dance. Yeah.
Da da dum da 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 dum da 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 dum da da dum da da dum da da dum da. Was so tired walking alone. I needed someone to keep me strong. Not just anybody would do. She had to be strong and beautiful. Now I have you, my wishes came true. Gwe wange nze I've been searching high and low, trying to find the girl to call my own. Was disappointed by the ones that came before, but you are the one I waited for. Gwe wange rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine, like death and taxes I will stay, hey, till the rivers run dry and the sun refuses to shine, like death and taxes I ain't going nowhere, babe. Nabagireka umutima gwange nabera mama w'abana bange narurunja singabona gwe mutima gwange nabagireka umutima gwange nabera mama w'abana bange narurunja singabona gwe mutima gwange nabagireka umutima gwange nabera mama w'abana bange narurunja singabona nabagireka umutima gwange nabera mama w'abana bange narurunja singabona gwe mutima gwange nabagireka umutima gwange nabera mama w'abana bange narurunja singabona gwe mutima gwange nabagireka umutima gwange nabera mama w'abana bange narurunja singabona gwe wange gwe wange gwe wange nze
Likapunja mu nyanja amaisaga ng'okagakwata n'omutima gwange okagutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe abokigija mutwale ogwangiwe abokigija mutwale kabara Sangire bengi liba kwekomba Tuna bantu mabanswasa no mu bantu Omukuha basiba babimba bana kansonga Kibeire kiroto I love you, love you, love you Likapunja mu nyanja amaisaga ng'okagakwata n'omutima gwange okagutwara ninzigora bokiwe ninzigora bokiwe abokigija mutwale abokigija mutwale Ungibulisa aboki kijamtwa ninyenda kumurira
nende chirisa Cambodia tenda nende chirisa Muamboli tenda nende chirisa. Deep in the soil, the love of the land. Oh, how my heart longs to be there again. Like the days of my dreams, and the nights alone by your streams. Feel the magic, I feel the peace. With the lions, wildebeest. With the eagles flying high. I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Angola, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Usoga. There goes my soul, there goes my mind. All the beauty you could ever find. My motherland, oh my motherland, my motherland. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like this song of my soul, how my story will unfold. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Usoga. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Uganda. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Angola. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Madi. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love Lubara. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love my motherland. I feel the magic, I feel the peace on the savannas, the mountain peaks, like the great days of old, when the Nile overflowed, abundance across the land, and the people down hand in hand. Tienda, nende chirisa muamboli. Tienda, nende chirisa muamaida. Tienda, nende chirisa. Deep in the forest, across the land, I hear the calling, I understand. Like the song of my soul, how my story will unfold. Tienda, nende chirisa. Tienda, nende chirisa. I want to take you to Mbale, and I want to take you to Angola, and I want to take you to Uganda, and I want to take you to Usoga.
To the sound, I'm back again to get you into the what you might have forgotten. Hence your style is ill rotten, never forgotten. Origin ancestral flow scripts that's written from the beginning. Open the book of Genesis script. Yes, originator, lyrical shaka warrior like Zulu Luga flow embedded dip in my veins to bring pain or the trouble to torn up the best line I triple to. Breath one, let's find purpose to keep
You
living.
and I, we can fly away. We got love, love is a medicine.
People know the gateway from pain. Never to be mistaken with the suffering endorsed by the brain. Here recall my name, but I'm skeptical to what it prescribes. I'll never be the same as a side effect to money and fame. I make it hard for them to tie me in chains. I break it down with ignorance is a game. Ask your doctor what he will give you when your spirit's in pain. Take it or leave it, the red pill gives you wings to fly. We can fly away. Yeah, we can fly away. We got love, love is the medicine. Got love and love is the medicine. You and I, we can fly away. Yeah, we can fly away. Come on, yeah, yeah, get some love, it's your medicine.
River, Kampala, Apex, Uganda. Don't know about the music, no simple and production. Jala, get tipsy over NSC. Me see Pepsi, a lot of them I see. The movie and no apology. Many artists get an allergy. The wagulu, a lot of them me a pre-torture. For the music in a oveni. We gone so high, so a lot of them I see. We are so high. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere. Tulinze sente za feziwele. Mambo minji a lot of kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, fire happy bone and soon. Monday to Sunday na kulwange. Sula wonanze wensanze. Abachala bange bona mubampe. Nyenyeza wine kwame. Me tell them that he bad mind, no time for you. No response if me think it, no wreck for you. Don't need gira, but no see good debo. I'm a time for you, mash up the place, you know. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere. Tulinze sente za feziwele. Mambo minji a lot of kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, fire happy bone and soon. Bagamba, nzenta kanga malaika. Akapira nkazanya me striker. Tubayo movie like flighter. Never to lava, they say we out of the sight. But to wala na beka we art and style. Send the movie before the boy there, I know.
DJ me know your bad there, I know.
Girl them off the wine pan time. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere. Tulinze sente za feziwele. Mambo minji a lot of kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone, fire happy bone and soon. Studio with Tony, now we not a killer. Everybody fall in when they see the killer. Everybody fall in, feel lyrical, oh me gala. Love me when me perform it. Me pull up the bad man style, yeah, yeah me. Too much money to me think you can't help me. Now me self and the water like fairy. Some say me cool but me say I'd vary. Bali mumotoka fe tuli kubigere. Tulinze sente za feziwele. Mambo minji a lot of kelele.
And a bad mind still fight it every day.
Power, them a like that fire power. Them a like that fire power. Fire happy bone and soon. Step on top like a bull ain't inside it. So visible them can't hide it. No man to me think can't hide it.
Yeah, it's M-U-N-Star G, the 8th way. Nkera muzi hustle, nara ndembera muzi battle. I know life is one big struggle, but shit, sometimes nebuza chinagwa kino. Ngate fena picture twatondewa muyamu kama. Fena tulia, venezike tusala. Fena tuli basine, era basinga twenenya. Nato bona bonanza singa. Why me? Aye lwachinze tiega. Lwachinze sigagawala. Lwachi wentege kechivule nkuba lwetonya. Ne lwachi balamansinga. Lwachi Uganda World Cup echatule nyo nyingira. Nga lwachi corruption tagwa. Lwachi ba politician babera batusiriwaza. You I need some answers. Kubanza mazima mbikoye chochecho omuntu ave yambulira amazima nze mbikoye At some point you feel like giving up, nigga.
Ndamanya hunde ruga, ndareba hundi kuza. Mumisha hundi kuza, chiga flow tuchaji kuza. Otawamani, kwenda kwitwa chiniga. Uganda yo misho ya kwatezo big figures. Jiro mujinya, mwana kora na mani. Tindenda rapa ranjira and hip hop eresha shuraryari. emyaka gyakarenka bandavuga egaali nashanga fani yangira ntibwo lwamalamani owunda kanzira at handsome kwatejo ipsam netshwara hipo byanyereseshero lyali leka kusomese kuno kwefagaho kurasitoleshanga twena twashongora leka kusomese kuno kwefagaho rugamu byamunde kondereriwe yehingire ejini kiga flow ndagitamisha nemasi ndazahacagira nanye garuha Ethan ni kwechiri What? This song is for you Ugandans and the world all over.
Mwana wanyabondela Lindi ebiri mu maso There's a brighter day Tokwa mu manyi Wadenge mbere kane Kole chisomo koyengo mwami Wadde sekutenga tekuta Kole chisomo kobewo Oh, the sun is gonna shine So bright You will know
saved, I was still raised right. So we were always culture boys, but boys would be boys. So sometimes we'd be them and soldier boys. Had quite a few friends with army dads, real soldier boys, red top status. They walking in, you better hold your voice and tongue and watch your mouth, cause they could be drunk or packing. No time to stomp you out, just throw you in the back of the pickup or ghost your whereabouts. UG, KLA, home of the Impala. We're all different tribes, but everyone's bound to speak some Uganda like Mugamba G. That's from my old schoolers to Sidore G. That's from the new students with that slang edition, from urban to local tradition, while handing down that history through those oral renditions, like the Storo of Kintu. Musajja Nenteye, Kintu ya Wasanambi, Mwanyina wa Warumbe is only one of the stories that explain things like our origins to death and everything in between. Oral historians before us young MCs at the scene. Mental recordings, those been in my makeup since time immemorial. Respect to those before me, yo.
Lwaki mu bisudde kali byali bituyamba bajjajja bali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kali byali bituyamba nga bajjajja bali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa
anti tuteredde entende tugamba gyebala okuva ekyaddondo paka mu kyaggwe ne bugerere amasaza ndabya asatu ng'ate obusozi musanvu anti akabbiro muguye ate mamba olw'omanya enzira nkuba jjejjerevu anti buganda nza kulembera okukuza ku nnono ng'ate oluganda lwenkulembeza sisimba lukono ku mmere esira namanja yuyanca olujjuliro gye lwadda tetumanyi naye ate tukkuta mpaako ku mazinyweko byali bya buganda abazungu be bajja kati ensiwa ate zituswaza biseera byali bya nnono tubuuza tufukamidde nga twalula abalongo saako n'okukyalira ensiko kusoma kwabwe n'ensi n'oluzungu ne luwamba tubuuza watagwani gye balembo ly'abakadde ettofaali tukwebaza lisonze yeebale magulu nnyondo awangaale nange embeewo
lwaki mu bisudde kali byali bituyamba bajjajja bali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa nyabo lwaki mu bisudde kale byali bituyamba nga bajjajja bali bagezi ngamba batuyigiriza empisa.
Yes, Sebo. This is how the culture was handed down. Around the fire till we gather round. Different rituals for different tribes. It's how the tradition was kept alive. Spiritual emphasis behind the drums. The old voices here that guide the young. So it's me and Nelly say trade them balls. We give respect to those that came before us.
Chadondo bugerere maokota busiro chagwe fenna batugunjula dda abemamba balangira nakinsige enjovu katimvuma abefumbe n'omutima fenna batugunjula dda ruyonga ku ngoma kugambye bamugunjula dda Isaiah kapiti kakabi kugambye bamugunjula dda.
Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Big woman thing. Girl, me love how you talk so. Girl, when you talk, me can't tell you shut up. Simply fine when you talk, baby. When you talk, I'm just a blackout. Jagalanzi Jeff, your body boat. No visa, baby, got no passport. No money, boo, no visa too. But baby, me give you the comfort. Mariana, ma Mariana, ono ono muwala tebamukwana. Maria, Maria, Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana.
Big woman thing, baby killer, bite me, Dracula. Send you from afar with my killer binocular. Me speak vernacular, Nkwagala you a killer. Me know say so many men I want you back to killer.
She tell me she coulda love me, but she got HIV. How could I see that when she got no ID? Maria, Maria, Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Maria, Maria, Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana. Ono muwala tebamukwana. Maria, Maria, Mariana, ma Mariana, ono muwala tebamukwana.
Hakuna kama baba. Bado.
You know me now. Yeah, you know. Alex. Torch. Hey. Ooh, yo, ooh, yo, ooh, yo. Ooh, yo, ooh, yo, ooh, yo. Ooh, yo, ooh, yo, ooh, yo. Ooh, yo. You know wange gonna londa sente tewali ne tusonda. You know wange agumide embera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tunisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa. Katonda kuba yalina pulani kyagala ntunge nzenna nebase ku kyalani wendi wenambadde kali nza kubawo you are my darling siri kusibya njala ekibuga nja kitambula yono wange gwe nalonda sente tewali ne tusonda yono wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo, uyo. If I love in a triangle, my love no chameleon and go. Okukwagala chiba chife naza musango asatebo bakunkwasa nakuyisa miryango tuli fembi it's me and you twewala bigambo. You know wange gwe nalonda sente tewali ne tusonda. You know wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo, uyo. Uyo, uyo. You know wange gwe nalonda sente tewali ne tusonda. You know wange agumidde embeera zonna kachaya kabisi ne tumisa ebizibu byensi ne bitusota omukyalo musufu ngono nali butewa.